annuncio de Dada di chachame Warani asichebia kumagi Amami chimwa evidente Kosuo bia wayona It's your son consemi mama donwa Amagi mi photo No mapa chantie on chanti bita On mapa chantie on chanti bita So send your mama donwa on send me bita So send your mama donwa on send me bita Robina tell me so TV via mama tia video minyambo go position Robina tell me so Ruby via mama tia never me. Everybody wanna yo, mama man say, oh bomb me don't man wow, oh bomb say yeah, mama man say. Sure, baby, I'm an kill me pay. Fountain, the 3 million I am me there. Oh, yeah. Under the woman, still want to today. It's my price again. Make sure, baby, I'm an kill me pay. Fountain, the 3 million I am me there. Oh, yeah. Under the woman, still want to today. Because the rock TV is on me, sir. Me baby, bamboo, and the common and yachio. Nakasami Baba Joe, Nakasami Baba Sumo. So I'm on me, I'm going it off. So I'm on me, I'm going it off. Jamie, any jammy how, any jammy soon. Mama, we don't run water. Mama, Mama, come on, oh Mama, oh, I'm Abraham, Mama, Mama, come on, ah Mama, oh, I'm Abraham, Abraham, you're me, oh, sing yes, sing it, Mama, oh, sing yes, some betrua, I can't walk on the Nina. Chantino Bambe, I don't tell what you see. Mama, I can see some betrua, I can't walk on the Nina. Chantino, I don't tell what you know. In Calabato, hey, Namae. Messi Mokula, Nengona Thomas Wane, Echo Becula, Abula, in a book.
Popular request. You know Sripa, Lumba. You know Sripa, Lumba. Popular request.
Sika, ebi efi. Sika la mona sumpa mini hape. Yo no yo, you know. The bishop who want for jump with Jay Pampa. Ebi yo na sika ni pam. Yami ona house. Ema yenye yebedi ni yabera ona. Yami krona house. Through your work, I do. Your money, if you na sigani ni banko, you want and when you want. Because when you need to model, you want and when you want. Because when you need to model, the world, mama, adio. You know, so see ABC more. God, I need to. I wrote for Sue. ABC. Ah, yeah, you know, so see ABC more. Sarah, baby, yeah. Okwajofo, enkokai osenka fongoma. Etredu, enchichemu dronkron. Dronkron na sio, osi. Sika, ene ye adi nara. Praise the Lord. Can lady and kafata me. Say wanna zoom in on me and see ya do me. Adie ya tone suro na kire ya. Onyenti odonye wotame. Papa odomi. Ani me kwaya me baba ni sio. Isenyi na nyam yo hori ma Sika. Dia ma to need is a osha warrior motosa. Sensha mi wan kodo fubiango. Sika ni wan raza. Gani bakuni osha warrior. Kasi ni amako munzi. Mi fami biro na nyakwa biro. Yo muta. Contonchi, adichie yesaba. Just no baku kwencho da
Congress and you go crow.
What do you know? I am what are you?
And you make any elections, no elections, no.
You and your brew. and your brew. You and your head. Baby Becca. Baby best. That is Baby Becca. Baby Becca. Some mole, girl now back, yeah. Some mole, boy now back, yeah. Some mole, boy now back. Mole type now back. No future time to see you and nigga, yeah. That's so bro. Mighty, when you would touch you. When you would touch you, mighty, when you would touch you, when you would touch you, when you would touch you, more, boy, no pa, more, girl, no pa, no future type, you when you can hear, yeah, that's what group, more, boy, no pa, more, girl, no pa, no future type, you when you can hear, yeah, that's what group. Type you when you can hear, yeah, that's what group. Set more, boy, no pa. More, girl, no pa. No future type you when you can hear, yeah, that's what group. Baby, pet did and baby, panic you, baby, pan form, sell me to baby, dear, I just let him. Hey, boy. Baby, penny did and baby, panic you, baby, pan form, sell me to baby, dear, I just let him. Hey, girls. Baby, Persika Kosuku. Nebi Persika Bokiox. Baby, Princess, one gram, nebi tea crossing there to share. Yeah, the BS your man Surusu. Was to bend your papa demona. Yeah, that's so brutal. Boom, some kind of fulele. You're the woman fair. Same way, Bruni, where we start wine up. Pray for me in Pamwa. Bambania, name what the empty will come woman to jealousy. Ain't no kana so ye kolo. Wawarian, ye cover no beya. Kumasi Kania, Musia, quality Kania, Wujo, the Dum Tam. Say mole by now back. Yeah, you. Tasso Brook. Found here to say, Yamuchas Kelly. Tasso men for tree. I was here to say, Yamuchas Kelly. Tasso Brook. Found here to say, Yamuchas Kelly. Tasso men for tree. I was here to say, Yamuchas killing. Tasso men for tree. Some mole by now back. Yeah. Some mole type now back. Yeah, you. Some mole by now back. Mole type now back. No future type, that's a you and niggas. Yeah. That's so mighty. When you touch you, 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 more, boy, no pa. More, girl, no pa. No future type, you when you can hear, yeah, that's what group. Set more, boy, no pa. More, girl, no pa. No future type, you when you can hear, yeah, that's what group. Tumpato, bonko, tumpa. Bonko, tumpa. Tumpato. Obasu, Odo Abasu, Obasu, Wabasu Mofi Kamambo Mubio, Wabasu Mofi Bodombo, why? Wabasu, Wabasu. From a casa set up on the people. Dimmy, you are. Yada, mommy, go crazy. Dana, me, you are. Yada, mommy, go crazy. Dimmy, you are. Yada, mommy, butter. No one, no sign, no day. You saw me, Jaya. Mrs. Asian, Kakram, Mama, Major Day. We don't from Timmy's from the RCA. You see what you know, and a bad man on solitude. You know, and a bad man on solitude. You see what you know, and a bad man on solitude. And from a casa set up on the people. I didn't want to be see, I mean, Namibia. I didn't see it, I mean, Namibia. I did see it, no whoopee, you do see it, Rania, no. I did see it, no whoopee, you do see it, Rania, no. And you are, and to make your way and you fry and you come back your way and you fry and you and tis a dancing in choir, dancing in choir, only one row, don't mess up, and tis a dancing in choir, dancing in choir, only one row, don't mess up, they want to give them a say. So yes, I'm a say, Just I know my full Ramakorim. Akahumi, found it from me.
Secret, you want a man, yeah,
DJ can repeat. Tobuasi Chimi. Why? Next song. Tobuasi Chimi.
Check you engine. engine, check, 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 check your brain, check, 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 check your starter, check, check, check your phone. Hey, driver,
Hey, to what you Jimmy. So what teaching me?
I am friend, what do you photo coming now. We ain't in the back. 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 When you might eat dating, maybe it's so mean. When you might eat dating, maybe it's so mean to you. You might eat dating, maybe it's so mean to you. You might eat dating. Oh, number. When you might eat dating, maybe it's so mean to you. When you might eat dating, maybe it's so mean to you. When you want it that day, maybe it's so mean to you now. Farm boy, yummy boy, farm boy, yummy boy. What the man see me done let you up, yummy boy. Shake it, mommy, yummy boy. See me shake it, shut up, yummy boy. Yeah, won't find me, you know, be out here, man. Me, you know, be out here, man. What the other bound, you know, be out here, man.
Bandage. On my chemical system.
Sing along competition. Sing along competition.
Okay. Remember with my child, who from a pop on my you are a real
Hello. Inky. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, so 40 Pepe, and we really have to start because we're supposed to start at 5. Thank you. I've never met a local DJ like Vendish before.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, but thank you for the music. It's, legends, so we appreciate it. Okay, please. We will start with a word of prayer. And I refuse to call Wuhan's ex-president because he doesn't know how to pray.
Oh, yeah. And then the rules.
I am sorry, but my ex-president, I don't trust his prayers. With the kind of music we've heard, we need a very powerful prayer to wash the music out of our minds. So I'll call Gabby. I'll call Gabby.
Mommy, your partner is saying.
Gabby, please, if you're around, pray for us, okay? Yeah, Gabby, dear. Are a powerful prayer man. Hello, Gabby. Hey.
Akushi to Krum.
Nanajua of Zhenjiang, please, can you pray for us?
Shall we pray?
Wow, what a voice.
And so, Father, we thank you for today. We thank you for this opportunity together. We pray, oh God, that even as we take decisions for your people, we pray that you will lead us. We pray, oh God, that whatever decision we take here will be for the benefit of this union. In the name of Jesus, we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you so much, Nanajua.
Amen.
Allah.
So I was prompted that when we are up to 40, we can start. So please, I hand over to NJC. Please take over. Thank you. Mr. Sam. Huh? Hello, please, if you are talking, we can't hear you. Sam, NJC.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you now.
Thank you. Thank you. Few minutes. I don't know the agenda today, but I'm not well up to what time do we have so that I can stay within time and
Okay, so
we are
today,
like 1 hour 30 minutes.
Today you have to finish. So let's work on finishing. Then we can continue on with Congress. Yeah. So let's work on finishing. So we have till 10 to finish everything. So if you can use till maybe 9, then after 9 we move on to the handing over. It will be great for us. So
today we have to finish. I don't have to finish. We have to finish.
Okay, today we have to finish.
Okay. Good evening to you, honorable members, and I hope you rested well. Okay, thank you. I hope you all rested well during the rest period, and you also had fun. I had fun really this afternoon by taking my normal leisure and hobby of taking pictures around. And I'm happy because I got some nice shots. So that is what is making me happy today. That is the happiness of a single boy. I know Vendish will challenge that, but yes, that is just by the way.
Marketing strategy.
No. Honorable Demiako, you know, for your boy, that is what.
Last week.
You are using the platform well for yourself.
I wonder.
Hey,
enemies of progress.
I'm telling you. But yeah, that's it. Thank you.
But
thank you.
Your DP on the lighter side is like always your DP. I see some beautiful ladies always. Where did they get them?
It's a way of advertisement.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Because I see some good materials, some science practicals materials on the DP all the time.
No, they say that one of the difficult things to do is to date a photographer because you don't know whether he's advertising or he's showing his side chick. Yeah, that's okay. Honorable members, that's just by the way. So we were able to reach. I think we are almost done, but today there are some important points that have been raised, and I don't know, but I couldn't reject them because they are very, very important for us to talk about them as congressmen and women, because it has everything to do with our society. Sorry, when I talk about the society, I'm referring to NUGS-CHINA, and it has to do with the way forward as to how we can manage the affairs. A lot of things that we've realized, which we also think that though they were not in the review, it has been raised by various statesmen, and let me be precise, various statesmen and committee members. And during the week that we were resting, we had a whole lot of deliberations on issues. We tried our best to work with the academic committee and also with other members, but the people were really busy and really tired, so we could also allow them to sleep. But after this, the presiding member has a lot of things because we've discussed almost everything with him. So he will make the House know the way forward of what transpired and what is happening right now. But we pray for the best and we pray to finish today as soon as possible. We're going straight to, I think, Article 31, which has to do with the expenditure. We were able to work on the income and Honorable Clement, are you here? Honorable Clement.
Clement is not around.
Okay, what about Honorable Francisca is here? I guess so. SG.
LG is around, but she may not be able to speak now. So if it's about projection, I'm working on it to project this for you. Okay.
Okay, Honorable Salom. Okay. Okay. Okay, so we reach Article 31, which has to do with our expenditure. So if we can go there, yeah, then expenditure. Yeah, if you can display so that honorables can also.
Article
31 in the amended document, which we are reviewing.
Okay. 31.
I really wish we have our executives here. Please, today we really need executives to be here. I really wish we also have some of our elder statesmen here, statesmen and women here, and also our guests, and various. Yeah, I really wish we have them here today for the purposes of what we're going to do. Especially, yes, but if you could reduce your zoom or your magnification or something to maybe 100%. 100%, I think is okay.
Is it okay now?
No, some parts cannot be seen. I don't know if it is my screen or. Okay, I think it's okay. It's okay. Okay, so honorables, yeah, this is okay. So in Article 31, Clause 3, where we have the amendment, it talks about the value of due shall be determined indexing. No, we went through this. Sorry, honorables. I don't want us to go through it, though we were tired and all that. Okay, let's go to Article 31(6)(6). Because, sorry, let's go to 4. 4 is okay. 4. Yeah, 4 talks about, because though we might have talked about it, but let's go back to it. Congress may impose special levy on members as and when Executive Council deem necessary. Okay, and congressmen and women, I'm presupposing because of time, we already know the standing orders. If I should repeat it again for us, but you are not allowed to talk if a member hasn't spoken. After the review is read, we give 1 minute for us to ponder over it. Then another 1 minute for debate. That is to raise your hand for you to be selected. You have not more than 5 minutes to debate on the floor of Congress. Then after that, we have our vote, which majority is what we are considering on that. You can also have the order of precedence, that we have a point of correction, a point of information, and the last one, a point of order. So a point of order is when you, I think we've said this, is when it has to do with maybe someone traveling outside the scope of the issue, someone is using an improper language and also infringing on the Constitution standing orders. Point of correction is when you want to make a factual presentation or correct a statement that has been made by the last speaker, and it should be strictly related to what we are talking about, honorables. And a point of information is when you want to pass a brief statement or a relevant fact across on the floor of Congress, but please remember to direct it to the speaker. And you can either direct it to the last speaker or to the chairman. But remember that you have to notify us by raising up your hand, then I will select you first before you'll be given the chance to talk. So please, let's observe these standing orders as we proceed. Thank you. On Article 31(4) talks about Congress may impose special levy on members as and when Executive Council deem necessary. And the review is that also on this article, the use of the word impose makes it not palatable, since the union, and for that matter, Ghana, practice democracy, which makes imposition a very bad choice of word to use. Maybe be imposing a levy could be better. So it talks about Congress may impose special levy on members as and when Executive Council deem necessary. The honorable member is suggesting that the word imposition is not palatable, since the union, and for that matter, Ghana, practice democracy, which makes imposition a very bad practice or a very bad choice of words to use. And the honorable is suggesting proposition of levy, or proposing a levy could be better. To the best of my understanding, I think, sometimes we have how we think about certain words, but sometimes they are also used in context, and understanding the context at which it is used is very important. Okay, imposition might look kind of bad. That is not giving an individual the chance to have a choice, but according to how it is used here, I personally don't see how it depicts being into brackets, since the honorable use democratic, how it depicts autocracy. But I think in Ghana, when we are talking about certain taxes, we impose taxes on various commodities, right? Or we impose taxes on various products, not like we are strictly telling you to do it as in being autocratic, but I think it's just a grammar used in context. That is what I think. But I don't know what honorable members think about this. Because if we propose a levy, that means that you also have an option to talk, or you have an option to for us to talk about it. But if we impose, that means that you are mandatory to do that, just like our national and chapter dues have been imposed on us. This imposition is not a bad thing, but it's for the regular activities and managing of the union. I don't know what other members think about that. Congressmen and women, the floor is ours. We can talk about this to see if we agree with the honorable member. Okay, Honorable Stephen, please, you can go ahead.
The chair of the house, good evening. Considering the argument, hello, please, can I be heard?
Yes, please, we can hear you.
Yes, you can be heard.
Okay, thank you. Considering the argument of the argument of the person, of the honorable, I think we could just take away the impose, because the impose sounds very strong per his argument, and then we can just use the word levy. So members, Congress may levy members as and when Executive Council deems necessary. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable. So please, you're suggesting again, is that Congress may levy members?
Yes, may levy members as and when.
Okay. Okay. Okay, well noted. Any other honorable members? Let me see if somebody's hand is up. Please, honorables, today we have to move very quick and go ahead with the direction that will be given. So please, honorables, if we could talk and also talk about certain critical issues, it will be very important, rather than we keeping quiet and voting and voting and voting. I know we've rested and our minds are refreshed, so we can finish this thing very quick. And I know most of you have eaten also. So we can finish this. So please, honorables, it shouldn't be a quiet house. Let's talk and let's finish this very quick. Honorables, thank you. Okay, any other person, please? Hello. Because when we talk, honorables, then we'll be able to know what to vote on. Okay, Honorable Amiel.
Thank you. I don't know. Even that particular clause itself is a bit I don't know whether I feel like it's a bit unnecessary in there, because I don't know if maybe because we have not gone through that before, because I'm thinking what kind of levy is it that the council can impose? I mean, the Congress can impose on us. What kind of payment can Congress impose on somebody? Because as far as I know, the only mandatory money that usually comes from us is the dues. So at the end of the day, I wonder what they mean, what the clause even means by Congress may impose special levy on members. I feel like that particular clause is a bit, I don't know which word, for lack of a better word, problematic. I don't know if I'm making sense to you, because the only thing that we know that is mandatory on us is the dues, which is even the problem paying, some people paying their dues now. So I don't know what it means by Congress imposing levy or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, because I agree with you. When I read it for the first time, I was also thinking, what levy can Congress impose on members to pay? Because even the dues is a problem. Talking about going to tell members to pay maybe 100 or 50 kwai each, and it's like everyone should pay.
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone should pay this money, or because if you don't pay this and that and that. So I agree with you, but sometimes I believe if you've not witnessed something, we have to wait to witness it, and changes to that effect becomes easier. Because I agree with you that we can take it out, but what if it becomes necessary since we have not witnessed it before? Maybe in future generation, there will be such necessity which will arise that Congress should go ahead and impose or allow members to voluntary or involuntary give to the union, maybe. But for Congress to say everyone is mandated to pay maybe 50 kwai, and maybe we have 30% of our union members, or even, I'm not even surprised, maybe 50% of our union members not having maybe settled their dues. So in that respect, how can you say that the person should pay additional money when here's what obligation towards the union, the person hasn't fulfilled it? So it becomes a problem. But I believe that because we've not witnessed it, it doesn't give us the mandate to take it out. Maybe in future it will become very necessary for Congress to do that. That's what I think. Congressmen and women, what do you think about this? Should we leave it? Should we take imposition out and replace it with another word? Or what do you think we can do? Okay, let's vote and see. Maybe many are quiet, they are waiting to vote. Okay, so we are either accepting or rejecting the motion for us to we are either accepting or rejecting the suggestion for us to maintain the word impose, or for us to take out the word impose and replace it with something else. So let's vote first. If Congress accepts this amendment, then we think about the way forward. If Congress doesn't accept, if Congress say that we should maintain impose, then we leave it as it is. Okay, so I, Samuel Ofosudo, move for us to vote either to accept this amendment or to reject it. Honorables, please let's listen carefully. If you vote accept, that means that we're going to change the word impose and replace it with something else. If you vote reject, that means that we are rejecting this amendment and this clause, Article 31 clause 4, should remain as it is without we touching it. If you vote accept, that means that we should change the word impose. If you vote reject, that means that we are maintaining this word as it is, or this clause as it is. Okay. Okay, please, is it clear?
Yeah, it's perfectly clear.
Good. Any seconder to this motion, please?
I, Thompson Emmanuel, I second.
Thank you, Honorable Thompson. Third team, I didn't ask if you are ready, and I hope you guys are doing great. If you are ready, okay, good. Please, if you vote accept, that means that we are replacing impose with another word. If you vote reject, that means that we are leaving the clause as it is. Thank you. Okay, so the amendment has been rejected by Congress, so we maintain it as it is. Thank you, Honorables. Okay, so Honorable Salom, Article 31, Clause 6. Clause 6. Yeah, thank you. Clause 6 mentions something. The next one is just grammatical, so we leave it. Any member which defaults in the payment of the dues of 8 members and any other money belonging to sorry, Honorables. Belonging to NUGS-CHINA shall lose its voting rights at Senate meetings and Congress until such monies or until that the debt is paid. I take it again. Any member chapter, which defaults in the payment of the dues of its members or any other monies belonging to NUGS-CHINA shall lose its voting right at Senate meetings and Congress until such time that the debt is paid. The amendment of the reinforcement of this article, such as penalties on members and chapters who default at payment until Congress or time of voting, is suggested. This reinforcement could be reflected on the online system to prevent them from voting. I read the review again. Amendment of the reinforcement of this article, such as penalties for members and chapters who default at dues payment until Congress or time of voting is suggested. The reinforcement could be reflected on the online system to prevent them from voting. Actually, this is not talking about members, okay? This is talking about chapter. That is member chapters. That is, I stand to be corrected. I think the executives can help me. If it has to do with the quota that they have to pay to NUGS-CHINA and all that, but I don't know how this rule has been effective both at Congress and also at Senate, that if these member chapters don't give their monies or give the respected dues of the members to NUGS-CHINA, they lose their voting right. But there is a suggestion of a reinforcement of this article, such as penalties. I think the penalty is losing their voting right. I stand to be corrected, but I see a penalty there. Honorable members, do we have anything to say about this review? The review is suggesting that we have amendment to reinforce this article, such as penalties for members and chapters who default in the payment until Congress. But when I read it critically, I see the penalty. The penalty is losing your voting right at Senate and also Congress. I don't know if the online system can help us to prove this fact that this chapter or member or something can't vote because the person owes. I don't know if we have a different view. Honorable Thompson Shanghai, you can go ahead, please.
Okay, I think if you are picking it from the chapter members like you explained, I'm sure before Congress, they asked us to submit delegates, right? These delegates on the system, on the online system, if they've not paid their dues, they can't, the system will not accept them to come to Congress. So hence, everyone who is at Congress is presumed or assumed that they've paid their dues because the system accepted them to come to Congress. So the point is, I think this article is already in existence, whether there is online system or not. So I don't see that there is any changes that we can do over here because it's already in existence.
Yeah, I agree with you, but the point of correction, this is not actually talking about members, it's talking about chapter member. Member chapter. When he says member chapter, is like maybe let me use my chapter, NUGS Beijing owes NUGS-CHINA. Though I've not been an executive before, but I know that there are various chapters, like chapters have to remit a percentage of their dues to the national. I stand to be corrected, but I think we have something. Is it 50-50 or I don't know the percentage?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, that even before the system can accept that a delegate can come to Congress, meaning that delegate has already paid his dues to the national.
Yeah, but this is talking about this is talking about
unless they want to. And that can only be done when Congress has started, like where they read their reports or submit their reports. That is, I'm sure that's the only place.
Point of information.
So it's raising a point of information.
Okay.
Yeah. Thompson, this particular Honorable Thompson, this particular clause is not talking about the individual.
A member.
Yeah, it's talking about, before we came to, before we even started Congress, the National FC had to, the chapter FCs had to remit the chapter's dues to the National FC. So that was what qualified Shanghai, for instance, Shanghai chapter to even move ahead to present its delegates for Congress. You understand? So this particular clause is saying that if, for instance, I did not remit our chapter dues to the national, it means that Shanghai chapter did not qualify to even present its delegates for Congress. So the delegate not paying his dues does not affect, it's not from this particular clause. That is another thing. He has to be in good standing to even partake in these kind of things. But this particular clause talks about the chapter
whole chapter
money to the national.
Yeah. Thank you, Honorable Mayor, for the clarification. Thank you. Honorable. So this is talking about the chapter. But okay, with all other debates aside, I think the penalty is already there. Reinforcement of this amendment of this article, I think it has already been reinforced, because you losing your voting right is a penalty. I stand to be corrected, but we can't sack the person. We can't hold the members responsible. I think losing voting right is enough. Am I right? Congress, I think I see a penalty there. I don't know about if we should add more. Honorable Mayor.
Yes, I agree with you. I mean, it's enough punishment for that. At the end of the day, what else can we do?
Exactly.
What else can we do to it? So I think it's enough punishment for that.
Yeah. But we still have to vote on it. Let's see if Congress will accept it or reject. Maybe Congress would like us to add more. So Samuel Ofosudo, will move the motion for us to vote to accept or reject. If you accept, that means that we should add penalties for members and chapter members or member chapters who default in the payment of their dues of its members. If you vote reject, that means that we are rejecting this amendment, and Article 31(6) should remain as it is. Okay, so I don't know, please, is it clear? If you vote accept, that means that we are adding penalties. If you vote reject, that means that we are allowing Article 31(6) remain as it is. Please, is it clear?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Any seconder to this motion, please?
Nash, and we second the motion. Thank you.
Okay, please, who seconded it?
Nash,
Nash, okay. Thank you, Honorable Nash. So please, if you accept, that means that we are adding more penalties. If you reject, that means that it remains as it is, Honorable. Thank you. Okay, so 83% reject this. Let's move on. The national president and the national treasurer, I think, okay, should sign all the pay vouchers. I think we have to change national treasurer to national financial controller. I think we will do that later. With this article, it was suggested that a clause which mandates each chapter to have their own invoice of spending should be included under this article. This would ensure that the financial controller of each chapter issues an invoice for spending to facilitate the process of auditing. Honorables, I read again. This Article 31(8) talks about the president and the financial controller, that is at the national level, signing all pay vouchers. But the amendment before us is suggesting that we have invoices also for the chapters, which mandates that each chapter will have to sign their own invoices for spending. And also this process will help the auditing team in the auditing of various financial statements of various chapters. I don't know, but in practice, what is done at the chapter level? Honorable Nanaja, please, are you here?
Hello. Yes, please.
Okay, what is done at the chapter level?
At the chapter level.
Yes, I know you are at the national level, but at the chapter level, is about spending and vouchers, or what do you do?
Okay, so at the chapter level, most chapters do not have receipts for either payments or even for accepting any donation or anything. So they use the Excel to record all payments that they make. And because usually for the receipts, because when dues is paid, the member gets a notification via email. That is what is used, let's say, on the part of the receipt. But on the payment side, like the national, I believe that whenever the executives agree to spend something, we know that in the end, when a statement is presented, the whole bit, the agreement should come from the national president and the national treasurer. So in any case, if, okay, for instance, national, if we agree to do something, it means that I should be in support of it and the national president should be in support of it, in as much as everybody knows that this is what we want to spend our money on. Exactly.
So chapters do not have receipts, that is, they do not have invoices, right?
No, they don't. They don't.
So how is the auditing done then if there are no receipts for accountability?
Okay, so for I spoke to some of the chapters. I realized that some of the chapters actually didn't have audit committees. But last year I was part of the audit committee in my chapter, and we realized that they don't have payments vouchers. So they use receipts. So the chapters that have receipts actually use the receipt books as payment vouchers. And then they just have to cancel the receipt form and make it pay to, the national level. But considering this, for the national level, I know that something could be done in terms of integrating a payment voucher into the portal so that subsequently when cash is issued, it can be entered. But I've really been looking at it from the chapter level. And I spoke to a few of the FCs and they didn't seem to think that it might help, since we are digitalizing things, and going with payment vouchers might mean that we are printing them, or in any case, we can just go with payment vouchers that are still soft copy vouchers that could be stored as a PDF file or something. But at the moment, I know that chapters do not have PVs, and some do not even have the receipts books. But those that have end up using the receipts as payment vouchers. They just alter the description and all that.
I did accounting, but I think my head is turning around now. I don't know if it is only me.
Sorry.
Okay. I don't know whether other members, for us to understand this very well, okay, so that we avoid duplication. What is the difference between the receipt and the payment vouchers?
Okay, so the payment vouchers are issued when money is going out, when expenses are made. And in any case, receipts, okay, so before the portal, what happened was if a member pays his or her dues, you get the person a receipt that shows that you have paid your dues.
Mm-hmm.
But that's most chapters do not use that anymore, because when the dues is paid, records are kept by the FCs. And then instead of the receipts being sent to the members, they get an email showing that the payments have been made. So it's more like the email that they get is a reflection of the receipts that they would have got if the FCs were giving them receipts.
So that is what is happening at the chapter level right now. Am I right?
Yes. So at the chapter level, most chapters do not have receipts. Those that have are probably those that were handed over to them.
So do you suggest that, honorables, thank you, honorable member. I'll revert to you when necessary, please. So keep staying online.
Okay.
Honorables, do you think this is more of practice rather than constitutional? Because that is how I'm seeing it, that this is more of practice rather than constitutional. Hello, honorables. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah. Do you think this is more constitutionally oriented or practice oriented? Because at the national level, fine, for accountability, because right now we are even having a system where, because of the online system, receipts, I remember when I paid my dues, they sent me an email of, I think they have an electronic receipt. Honorable FC, am I right? I think it's kind of an electronic receipt or something.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Yeah,
yes, please.
yeah. So we are having kind of more or less electronically driven initiatives right now, rather than the receipts that we have, or the traditional receipts. So do you suggest that we go ahead and put this in the constitution when it's already in practice? Because to the best of my understanding, I'm seeing this to be more practice oriented rather than constitutionally oriented. Congressman. Any hand up, please? Hey, Congress, any ID power? Bandish, your people are not talking on. Hello. Okay, Honorable Collins, say.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we have to make things very snappy. Just as you said, I think, it's more of a practice thing as compared to the constitutional aspect. Just as the dues receipt is, the dues receipt is not constitutionally stated that you have to receive dues receipt, but in practice, this is how it's been done. So I think it could be a practice to ensure that the FCs have this requirement, all that they need for them to be able to work effectively. So I think let's treat it as a practice, so that just to make things work for them. Any way that is going to make things work for them, I think it should be more of a practice here.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable. Honorables, please, today let's talk, okay? If we don't talk, this is going to slow down the process. Now let's vote to either accept or reject this review. I, Samuel, will move the motion for us to vote to either accept or reject this review concerning receipt and payment vouchers at the chapter level. If you vote accept, that means you are accepting the review. If you vote reject, that means you are rejecting the review. As already some clarifications have been made by the National FC and also by the National President. So if you vote accept, it means you are accepting the review. If you vote reject, that means you are rejecting the review. Thank you. Any seconder to this motion?
Hi, Stephen Asiapia, second motion of board. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Salom, we can move to elections of officers. 78% reject this review. So this review has been rejected. Honorables, at this point, I want all of us to pay particular attention. We are almost done. I think this is one of the last articles that we are considering. And please, honorables, I will need all of us, fellow elder statesmen here, fellow, sorry, they are not my fellows. Elder statesmen present, national president, all of us present, especially those who were at last Congress. The NJC members available. Please, honorables, let's pay attention to this. Elections of officers. Elections at all levels shall be by democratic means. Clause 2 of Article 32. Aspirant contesting for the position of President, Vice President, Secretary General, Financial Controller, Organizer, and the Women's Commissioner for national elections and those for chapter elections shall be full-time students who have completed at least 6 months and have 1 more academic year to complete their program of pursuit of good standing. Honorables, I read again. Aspirant contesting for the position of President, Vice President, Secretary General, Financial Controller, Organizer, and the Women's Commission for national elections and those for chapter elections shall be full-time students who have completed at least 6 months and have 1 more academic year to complete their program of pursuits and of good standing. We have this critical issue which arose last Congress, and this was the issue. I don't know if honorable members here who were present will remember. We have one aspirant who, yes, he has completed 6 months, even more than 6 months. But right now there was a debate as to and have 1 more academic year to complete their program of pursuit. He gained admission into a school, but this is the problem. He was issued a pre-admission letter, and there was an assurance that he was going to be a student. That was an assurance to him that he was going to be a student. And the debate was, if they've given me a pre-admission letter that qualifies me that I'm a student because I've been accepted by the school. So I think he was given, was it pre-admission? Honorable colleague said, what was it? Was it pre-admission or this letter they give to give you?
Chair, Honorable Chair.
Yes.
I think this particular issue was in 2 folds, on Nanjing and then Shanghai. The Nanjing one was about this, our General Secretary. And this other one was on this our Vice President who wanted to contest as the President.
Yes.
So it was different issues. So I don't know which of them.
I'm talking about the Vice President. I'm talking about the national level, the Vice President's issue.
So that was the Vice President. According to him, he was not given the letter yet. He received an email, and the email was saying that they will give him admission, but there was not this assurance that we are talking about. But if you want to compare with the secretary one, that particular one, according to some of the students, they assure us that everything was in order and he was ready, and were allowed to vote on him. But the president case was different.
Yeah.
It was different because they set up a committee to investigate, to know from the school whether actually they were just giving him letter. Unfortunately, the committee came out with a decision that they could not get any concrete information from the school.
Yeah, actually,
what happened?
Actually, according to the verdict that was released, the honorable member had already attained admission. Kind of, you see in the system, they can confirm your admission and all that. And when he logged in, it was true. But right now, the problem is, what assurance do we have if that person is a student and that person will be given admission? That person will have his JW 20 something, and is a student who have some years ahead of him or her. So, honorables, let's think about this very well, because sometimes members would like to serve, but these members are students who have completed their tenure of office. Number one, they've also completed their study, and they have been assured admission, but they've not been full-time students yet, but they are assuming that they will be full-time students of the institution. And our constitution makes it open that the person shall be a full-time student and have one more academic year. And I don't know the issue here, but I think we have to debate about this to also think, because we have various issues about it. Honorable Ben Bafo, please, are you here? Our guest.
Honorable Madam Desab, can I ask a question, please?
Yes, please, you can ask a question.
In order to get a full understanding of what is going on, can we have information as to whether Honorable Nana got admission into that particular school currently? Is he a student of that particular school? We just want to build our case. The whole premise was we couldn't get access because of the COVID situation at that time to go get to the school to confirm it. But then we want to know, based on the information he presented, is he currently a full-time student of that school? Then we can proceed with the argument.
Honorable, I think it's for us to make that inquisition. I think we can restrict ourselves to what we have right now, because whether he gained admission later or he didn't gain admission later is something that which is, how do I say it? Is something that is not within what we are discussing, because the bone of contention is whether someone who claims he's going to have admission can be considered under this clause to be a student or a full-time student, since the person claims that he's going to get admission. That is the bone of contention right now. But as to whether the person will gain admission later, that will happen after Congress. So I think that is not actually the debate right now.
Yeah, Honorable, I appreciate you, but what I'm asking, we have friends here. Someone could just confirm that, oh, he is still a student, because I can confidently say there were politics in those arguments that were played. If a student, just like you are saying, that time was not, that we were not in normal times at that time. People were restricted with movement. So if a student has applied to a different school, first of all, he was in China, that is one. Secondly, he was moving from one school to the other school. Two, he applied to that school and the school has confirmed his admission in their database. That was why we were able to get screenshots and other things. The problem was them issuing the JW202, which we knew at that time, and the government played a lot of restrictions. So him being confirmed on that school's page, we knew for sure that was admission, because if you have been in China for long, you know that was admission. But then, like I'm saying, there were politics in the argument. So all I need before I present my full argument is that, is Nana still a student of that school? Then we could hold the contention that once a school gives you the assurance, because the case of Nanjing was the same, but then because it was normal times, we were able to walk to the school, which I was part of, to get an official letter. You get me? So can anybody just confirm, because we are friends with Nana, is Nana a student of that school? Then the argument will be, then I can complete my argument. Other than that, we should know that we should factor in on normal times when we are presenting arguments. So can anybody help us? Is Nana still a student of that particular school? That's all I wanted. If you can help me with that, just ask around. And then because we are friends with Nana. Honorable Collins, Preso.
Hello, Honorable.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Honorable. The reason I don't want us to go that far, can be, we have to also be critical about some of the issues here, because now I really want to remind myself of that particular letter which the Honorable said he has received, the confirmation, because the bone of contention was whether someone who hasn't received an official letter with your like you mentioned, JW202, someone who hasn't received these materials can be deemed students. Because as you rightly mentioned, Honorable, please, if I could land, please.
Okay.
As you rightly mentioned, that is what qualifies you, that you are a full-time student and guarantees your admission. But Honorable, as at that time, hadn't received not even an admission letter. I stand to be corrected. It was a letter that he mentioned, a confirmation which he mentioned. And please give me 1 minute. Let me refer to certain documents to be really sure about what he mentioned, because to the best of my understanding, it wasn't even an admission letter, talking about a JW202 to confirm as a student. So the debate was we should consider these things in our, even as at that time, it was suggested that we should consider these things in our constitution. If someone who hasn't received these materials, which we know confirms the person as a student, can be deemed a student who is about to be enrolled in a recognized institution in China. Because if you are a student and you have on your portal that may be accepted or something, and you've not been given these materials, you can't walk around claiming you are a student of that school because you've not been given the necessary document which confirms your admission. Yeah, so that was kind of the bone of contention. How do we describe a student who is going through admission process in our constitution for future elections?
So, Honorable, I was asking you, can you address us? What I'm trying to remember myself, because he had a screenshot of his application, which has been approved, pending the issuance of the J2W202. Is that it?
Yes.
Good. So I just want
you can go ahead, please.
Yeah. So we all know that, just like I'm saying, once a school approves you, it is admission. Just that it takes time for them to apply to their local government. It's the local government that issues the JW202. In Nanjing here, when the school accepts you, nobody can deny. But then they have to apply to, now it's been given even to our immigration center. They have to apply to the immigration center for them to issue you your JW202. And just like we argue in the Nanjing case, once a school has accepted you, it is 100% that you've been admitted. You only have to wait for the duration of their processing of your admission letter and the JW202. You get me? So, like I'm saying, and with this thing, once a school will not approve you on their website and then later on denied you, unless you have a character issue or a contention issue. But like that's what I'm saying. We all knew. For me, I like to speak blunt. There were political issues relating to last year's issue. So we need to be
okay.
clear. Once a
Okay,
school accepts you, and you can have a confirmation that a school has accepted you pending the issuance of your J2 whatever, because that takes time. You are a qualified admitted student. That is what I'm saying.
Okay. I've been able to. Okay, honorables. This verdict was read to Congress. It is in the public domain, not a secret document. So I think I can refer to it because this regard what we're going to do, and it's already in the public domain. So I think it's eligible to use. This was the NJC's verdict on that case. It was alleged that Mr. Pia currently is not enrolled as a student in any Chinese university, hence does not qualify to contest for the position of the president. And the NJC findings was that in their response, Honorable Apia provided a picture indicating he being pre-admitted. So he received a pre-admission something. So he showed a picture indicating he's been pre-admitted into Xi'an University to study. Now, this was the NJC findings. According to Article 32, Clause 2, aspirant contesting for the position of President, Vice President, Secretary General, Financial Controller, Organizer, and Women Commission for national and chapter, and for those of for national elections, and those for chapter elections shall be full-time students who have completed at least 6 months and have 1 more academic year to complete their study of pursuit and of good standing. Now, this was what the NJC said. We, NJC, didn't receive enough documents such as JW 202, approved supervisor, admission letter, etc., to validate the above article. Hence, on this basis, we disqualify Honorable Apia from contesting and advise that he can reflect on his service over. Okay, so the NJC mentioned that since they did not receive these documents from the honorable member, he cannot contest because it doesn't. These are the documents which validates your admission. That is JW 202 approved supervisor and admission letter, because he showed a picture of his pre-admission rather than these documents. So now, honorables, the bone of contention is how can we bring it down to show that this is a student and is eligible to contest for national elections. So this was the findings. Honorable Eben, if maybe you understand it well now. Okay.
Okay, so now I want to speak in general terms, leaving Honorable Apia's issue to rest. I want to speak in general terms.
Thank you.
We are all in China, and we know the mode of applications and other things. Talk about what we have experienced last year. Now, I believe with what I have known, once a student hey, who is
Honorable Clement Nanjin, please, you can mute your mic. Okay, thank you. Honorable Eben, you can go ahead, please. Sorry.
Yeah, we know we are in not normal time. We don't even know when people are going to come to China again. So gradually, we are losing people because people are going out, people are not coming in. But what we know is that when a school issues you admission notice, pre-admission, it is to tell you that you have been admitted, but waiting the final application, because schools usually apply to, how do you call it, local governments and things. So, well, if we can have a confirmation from the school, you get me? I don't know if we want to base it on the JW 202 or a simple confirmation from the school, because in Hohai, if you have this issue, you can walk in there, they can type a letter for you that you have been admitted pending the processing of your documents. So I would argue that if the person can provide a formal proof, not necessarily JW 202, because in some states it takes 3 weeks to get the JW 202 and the rest. So that is what I argue for. If you can provide that you have been admitted and the international office of your school can provide a backing letter, I think you are good to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Eben. Honorable, oh, there was a hand up. Oh, okay. Thank you. Honorable, sir, this is another way that I want us to also consider. Personally, in my school, they do everything through a portal. So if you are accepted, they tell you, I think maybe accepted pending scholarship. And what I've realized is most of us who don't get a scholarship, though admitted, sometimes they forgo their admission. Now, if someone is being confirmed that the person has gained admission, and maybe the person is waiting for a scholarship, I think we should also look at it. If the person will also get a scholarship or will not get a scholarship, and if the person doesn't get a scholarship, will the person continue his or her program of study? Because there have been many circumstances where students will not have a scholarship, and because of the standard of living in the particular province, and also paying a huge sums of school fees, the person will just forgo their admission and look for something else to do. So can we, on this basis, just accept that if the person is being confirmed that the person has gained admission, the person can be considered a student? What if the person doesn't also get a scholarship to buttress or to back his admission as a student to continue? So I think we have to also look at that, because there have been, we don't want a case where we will confirm someone an aspirant to contest, and after that, number one, the person doesn't gain admission. Number two, the person even gives admission without scholarship, and he said, because of my standard of living, I think I can't continue, and we have to go for another election to elect an executive member. So I think we have to be very precise on what we want, so that we can open doors for things. If it is a program of study which has a scholarship, we have to consider that. If it's a program of study which doesn't have a scholarship, I think we have to also consider that, so that we live within the realities of what is happening in China right now. Okay, Honorable Kwame Atafua Ampofo, China.
Hello.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please, you can be heard.
Yeah, about the 4-time student and the rest. I don't think receiving admission letter means you are a full-time student. What I'm saying about 4-time student, a student who has registered in particular school, receiving all the documents, that you are 4-time student, but receiving only JW and maybe admission letter doesn't mean you are 4-time student. Then I started to be a student to different countries. 4-time student, somebody who has registered in that particular school. So you should be registered. A 4-time student should be registered like a registered student. Yeah, receiving JW or maybe getting master in particular school doesn't mean you are 4-time student.
Okay.
So you should define 4-time students very well.
Great. Thank you for your suggestion. That's a great suggestion. Wow. That's a great suggestion.
Please, can I speak?
Yes, please. Honorable Salom, right?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Yes, I agree with the Honorable who just spoke, because there are instances where students have applied to more than one school, and they've been given admission in those schools. So now he will have to look at the one with a better offer, and they will go for that. Because I've had instances in my school where I helped someone get admission. He got a scholarship, but it was a partial scholarship. But he got CSC in another school, which was a full scholarship. He didn't come to my school, even though he was given the admission letter. You see? So people do change their mind depending on circumstances surrounding them. So until the person is registered, the person is not a student.
Okay, so Honorable Salom, I will put your suggestion under chapter level, right? Yeah, under chapter level, where the person has to leave the maybe a province is made up of only one chapter, and the person has to leave the province to another province based on a better offer somewhere. But the person is seeking to be an executive.
No, I mean the offer. The offer could be from elsewhere. It could be from another country.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Good. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
From another country. So it's not only for chapter, but national level too.
National level too. Okay. Thank you. It's a very strong point, because this receiving documents makes you a student. I think it even doesn't apply to even the school level. Until you come for registration, you are not a student of that school, though you've received documents. In my school, if you don't come for registration, you can't attend. I don't know, but you have to go for registration even before you go to class. These are very significant points raised. Honorable members, I wish we really talk about this, because this is very, very important. Honorables, we can't leave this to 2 or 3 members talking. This was a whole Congress issue which delayed Congress for, I think, a week or so. Okay, Honorable Olivia, Sian.
Hello.
Yeah, you can go ahead, please.
Thank you. Please, I think I also support what the 2 honorable members who just spoke said. I totally agree with that, because a lot of things can happen even after you get a JW202. I've seen it happen firsthand. A lot of reasons could be given to why a student will not be given admission, from the education board level, from the immigration in the city or something. So I believe that if you're really willing to serve, and something is causing your something is causing your admission to delay or something of that sort, you can actually apply for the next year. But for the security of the position of the union, we need to just be sure the person is going to be around. Thank you.
Thank you. So, honorables, now the bone of contention right now lies in our description of full-time, if I heard honorables well. Shall be a full-time student who have completed at least 6 months and have 1 more academic year to complete their program of pursuit and of good standing. Yeah, I don't know whether it should be an inclusion or it should be another clause on its own to talk about, because yes, the person shall have at least 6 months, we will come there, and 1 more academic year. Yes, it makes sense. But talking about the person should be registered in a recognized institution in China makes the person a full-time student. Where can we put that in this clause? How can we define what we've debated on the floor of Congress in this clause to make it give the right picture of how we want it to be? Honorables, please, did you understand my question? How can we put it? Because the previous administrations thought full-time is well understood until these issues started coming up. And especially having 1 more academic year, that have been the emphasis, that I have 1 more academic year because I'm going to be admitted into this institution. And I'm a full-time student. Yes, Honorable, you can go ahead.
I heard you saying registered. Come again with that part. I wasn't a little bit.
No, okay. If you listen to the debates by certain honorable members, they mentioned something about registration, that until you are registered in the institution to be a student, you are not a student of that school yet, because you might have received admission documents, but you've not been finally a student in that institution. Receiving documents doesn't mean that you have decided to be in that institution. One of the honorable members mentioned something about choice. Maybe the person has gained admission, been given documents, but the person gained a partial scholarship, and the person might have gained a full scholarship in another country, and the person is leaving to get a better offer. Or even at the chapter level, the person is leaving the chapter to another chapter, or sorry, from one province to another province because of the better option that the person has. So in the light of this, the three members have suggested we should consider registration, because that is what validates you as a student, not mere receiving of documents.
Okay. I like the argument, which is good. I've been throwing my previous one away. But then if we are going to put registration there, now we are going for, if you've received J2W2, right? You receive official admission letter. I think if your personal choice to change school shouldn't affect your national this thing, because you still be in China. I heard someone even saying you will leave China. That is a different ballgame altogether. But if I decide, if I have many offers, and I will leave Nanjing to go to Changzhou and still be the NUGS-CHINA president, I think it shouldn't affect it much, because if you have to wait until registration, which usually happens in September, we are going to lose very good candidates who could be a very good president at that time. So I will plead with members that, well, I accept all your arguments. JW202, which usually comes by June or something, and then the official letter. I think we should end there. Just other than that, then people will not qualify until September. Admissions, official registration are done in September, and that could make us lose a very good candidate, of which we all know that, oh, with the admission, even his choices are even better. He has 3 different choices. So where is he going? I think you get my point. So I would like you guys to think about that.
Okay. Yeah, Honorable Ben. What if the person is leaving China because the person has a better offer outside of the country?
Okay, that is good. But what we are doing is that we all, I don't know how many times it's occurred. It is good we go to the extreme, but then we have to be a little bit cautious when we are going to the extreme of it. You get me? Because the person coming at the vetting committee will be asked all these questions. Is there at any point you will leave this country to go for all those questions should be given to the vetting committee. Probably will have a set of prerequisite questions that should be answered. And it comes with honesty and transparency as at that time. Because like I'm saying, that portion is just a little bit, if we put that clause there, we will deny very good potential candidates, which may be on the 99% side. You get me? Only the registration part, because registration occurs in September, we know, and it's 2-month interval from July, August. So if someone has admission letter, JW202, he even has 3 admission letters. Oh, it tells us that he has got nowhere to go but to be in China. That's all my argument. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Honorable members, I really wish we talk about this, but because this was a crucial issue and this have been raised like backstage by various people to me. I don't want to mention names here. That's why I really wish people would talk, because this is crucial. There is another issue that I will raise later, but I wish, because this can be you tomorrow, and it can be anyone else. And we have already a precedence where the person was denied holding the position because the person wasn't deemed a student. So this is a review that we are having. If there is anything, all those who were at last year's Congress who were suggesting that we have to really work on this, please, if you are here, let's put our words into action and let's talk about this. I don't want us to spend more time on this, but I don't want to also rush us through so that we keep having the same problems. I know we have to close, but this is very important, honorables. Any other person to talk about this? So if maybe you're not getting it well, it's about who qualifies to stand for national and chapter positions if the person has completed his or her program of study and has gained admission, but the person has document or doesn't have document, but the person have a confirmation of his or her admission but hasn't received the documents. That is one side. The other side is maybe the person has received document. What do we do? So these are what we are having. It wasn't an issue maybe in the past, but it's really a critical issue now. Honorable Damiako, you can go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think we have to be very, very frank to ourselves when we are dealing with issues of eligibility, because in trying to satisfy this whole debate on one side, the whole import of what we are trying to do might collapse. Mm-hmm. The basic thing we are trying to look at, who is a student, who is qualified to be a student. Yeah. And basically we are saying that a student is someone who has been legally admitted here and has been enrolled, registered and enrolled in, and is holding an admission form, admission letter, rather. Not a provisional letter, not an email indicating you have been accepted. So if our definition of who a student is, you must have registered legally. You are holding a genuine offer letter, admission letter, with the relevant documents such as the JWC and other things. Then our debate, it is very simple. We limit ourselves to those who have access to this. So that this debate of those who are on the waiting list, those who are not even sure of getting the admission, the fact remains is that if you are very sure of this admission issue, I don't think such issues will even come. So what we need to just be we have to be very certain on what we have defined who a student is. But the other side of it is that we must also begin to look at the fact that the system of education all over the world is changing. I'm very sure it's going to take more than 5-6 years for these face-to-face interventions to come back, where people will be allowed freely to walk into university campuses and go ahead with their academic work. So now, if someone is in Ghana, the person has been enrolled, the person is embarking on online classes, physically the person is not in China, does such a person also qualify to be or to hold a position? Because we have to just understand, as we are having this opportunity to review this particular constitution at this crucial moment, we have to look at for all these things, this possibility that we might not meet face to face. So there's the need for us to incorporate all the virtual meanings that we can have in our constitution to make sure that even Zoom, we can hold, like the Zoom conferences that we are holding, Zoom, what's the name? Delegates Congress that we are hosting. We have to infuse everything. So basically, I think the definition is very clear. Then we can also, in one way to secure what we have done already, what we can simply do is that we should give exemptions to such people. If you are a student who have finished your study of work, your studies, and you have applied to continue your study, then the Constitution should be able to declare that after that study, you have a duration of 1 year, 6 months or more to be eligible for a position. So in that sense, we are not going to be having people who have finished their studies, they are trying to get an offer to a different university. They are not sure of the offer and they struggle to come and take positions. So if we're able to put these things in place, I think it will help us. That is what I have to say. So we have to look at it critically and we have to be very firm. If our definition of what a student is, as it is now, those people do not fall within the category, then the case is resolved. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let me give, okay, Honorable Eben.
I really like my honorable, what's his name? I like his argument. I'll support some part and leave some part. Now, very quickly, if we can move fast, honorable raised the point, which has been my concern with it. We should break the thing into pieces. Let's quickly either vote on or accept or denounce. Should we accept a student who is in Ghana, whether continuous or new student who is in Ghana, or it should be mainly those who are in China?
Okay, just a point of information. This one was debated on previously, and it was strictly mentioned that we are only considering students in China because our constitution talks about a person who has been admitted in an institution in China. So it's National Union of Ghana Students, China. So yeah, it's right now we're considering students who are already in China.
Okay, very good. Then, very good job. Now, my honorable made a very good thing, but then I find a little problem. He said, those who are finished and then they apply. If you finish and you're applying for school, probably there should be a duration stated that you should wait for a year and a half. But I would want to plead with my honorable that, you know, master's degree, some schools are 2 years. So if you even have to wait for a year and a half, you can't even stand for position again. You get me? It's only PhD that goes for. Some PhDs are even 3 years, not 4 years. You get me? So what I am advocating is that, at least for now, some of the arguments my honorable made are very good. For now, we have all defined who a student is. Either you're a continuing student who has more than 1 year, or you have finished one school and you are transferring, you have finished one school and you are continuing, you've been given a full J2, whatever, J2W2, and a full admission letter. I think with these two, everybody can confirm in China that you're a student pending your, how do you call it, registration. Because just like my honorable said again, most students, new students who were admitted, they all registered online, seriously. They all registered online. None of them even walked to the school. I'm here in Nanjing. Well, I can talk about some few schools in Nanjing. None of them even walked to the school to register by themselves. Everybody was issued an online registration. So for us to move forward, I would propose that canceling all previous issued, I will propose that it should be anybody who is a continuing student has 1 more year, or someone who has finished and is continuing and has been given a J2W2, sorry for that missing, and then an admission letter. I believe with these two, the person is a student and we can move on. That's my submission. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Okay. Now we have
an opinion. So speak your opinion so we can.
No, I think I have spoken enough. I was really wishing to have about 10 hands raised with different ideas or same ideas and seconding some so that we can finalize on this, because we have, okay, the first thing is registration. Now members are saying registration. Now the second is JW202 admission letter. Is the second option right now. Now the third option is one of the strongest backing to the registration, which I am still contending with, even with JW202 and admission letter, is what if the person gets all these documents, but the person leaves the country? Because I've heard of people who are students and they get a better offer somewhere in the UK and the US, and they still leave. And even at the chapter level, someone leaves a chapter or a province to another province because of good offers. So what I was thinking is, what if we make it registration or something concrete, which we can say, because if you want to serve the union, yes, at the national level, if you are a PhD student or even a master student, I don't know how to say this, but if you really want to serve, there can be a time, because we have to secure our positions also. In the long run, it's not about the person serving, but we have to also secure our positions. And these were some of the issues that came up. If we vote for this person and the person becomes president and he doesn't get admission, or he doesn't even stay in the country or in the school, what have we done? Have we taken a better decision? So I think we have to be very critical about this, so that we secure our positions, rather than thinking about we need people to contest. What if somebody contests and the person leaves the chapter, or the person leaves the country? So I think we have to go for a more secured option. Yeah, Honorable Salom.
A very quick one. Is Honorable Salom?
Yeah, Honorable Salom is on the floor, please.
Oh, go ahead.
Please, I think in all these discussions, we have to look at NUGS-CHINA first.
Yes.
For individual interest.
True.
Because people do change their mind. Human beings as we are selfish. When something comes up, we look at our situation first before looking at any other thing. If a good offer comes after a month in a school, I will take it and leave.
Exactly, that was my point.
I cannot say I'm president of NUGS, so because of that, I am not leaving for a better offer. I'll leave. So I think we have to make the constitution such that we ensure those who are taking positions are clear. They are students and they are students for good. So the 6 months clause there, I think we should look at it. The 6 months, the person should be a student for at least the 6 months, so that we know the person is really a student before the person goes for a position. If you want to really serve, you can wait for next year. You can wait for next year to serve. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable, thank you. The 6 months is clear that you should have completed at least 6 months of your study, and you have one more academic year to complete. Right now, the 6 months is no problem, even if the person has graduated. So why 2 years or 3 years, right? Now the problem is you have one more academic year ahead of you. That is the issue. If the person is a student normal, you have one more academic year ahead of you, fine. But the issue right now is the special cases where people have gained admission and the person hasn't received. Yeah, Honorable Thompson.
Yeah, I think, thank you, Honorable Sam. I think with the 1 year, at least 1 year one more academic year left is okay, because even in the last year case, even if you have the admission, right, and you were part of NUGS before, you still need to have some time ahead of you for you to serve. So whether you are a new student or not, I mean, a member who is continuing his academic studies or not, you still have to have that 1 year. So I think that 1 year is, we have to maintain it.
Okay. Okay.
So I still stand for that point, that where it says that you should have at least 1 year. And that 6 months needs to stand in the sense that like what my honorable Salom just said. If you have new offer which is quite better than where you are now, you definitely go. So I think what is there is okay. the issue, or maybe the issue here is that people will be getting pre-admission. They are not students. They are not enrolling in the school that will be like they should come and lead us. Then when something happens, they will go. No, we have to think about the NUGS in the sense that we know that this person is a student. The person is going through the academic studies or whatever. We shouldn't give our power to somebody who we don't know. We are not sure whether the person will go through the academic years or not. We can't give our power to people hanging like that.
Okay. Okay, let me make it simple. Let me make it simple because of time. Then, because we've already agreed on the 6 months, the 1 year ahead of you. Who is a full-time student? If we can define that, who is a full-time student? Is it someone? Yeah, that will be the simple answer. Sorry, the simple question to ask. Who is a full-time student of an institution? Honorable Eben.
Okay, thank you. The earlier discussion I wanted to bring about is that I really appreciate all my honorables here, the things, whatever they are saying. But look, whoever will leave at any time, whether sworn in or not sworn in. I have seen people here in Nanjing who left in the middle of the semester because they got good offer. They have registered, they were even chopping scholarship. Even some left without telling the school, and they were chopping the scholarship money until the school noticed, hey, this guy has not come to the international office. Where is he? And then it was like, how could this guy have done that? So my point here is, one, I think the whole contention now is about those who have completed and they have reapplied, because who is a continuing student is very clear. Someone who is in the school and is continuing his education. So I think we are all clear. The only problem here is those who have completed and they have reapplied. So we should separate these two things so that we can make the argument very easy. So like I come again for me to say, if we can all agree that an official notice from the school. So now we have all agreed that if you are in a school and you are first year, you are going to your second year, you are going to your third year, and you are going to your fourth year, you are even applying extension, you are a continuing student, right? So it is. So two categories. Now, one, newly admitted student. Do you get me? So we should find a way to categorize this one. Those who have completed their school and they have applied to continue is where the whole issue is coming right now. Now, how do we get them to serve? My brother was saying that, well, some people should have the patience, they can wait and then they serve. So many things happen. Other duties call them, which may not be within their control. They will have to leave. And then probably their good service that we could have had will lose that particular service. So for me, all I'm basing my argument that we can all also come in very quickly that if we can all admit that if you are giving a JW 202 and you are giving a formal, not a pre-admission, now I'm very, very clear. You have a very formal admission letter that you have been accepted in this school to work. I think you can also be considered under the second category. Then we can work with you. That is what I am saying. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. I want us to climax on this, but this debate is really a debate. Honorable Ben Bafo is here. He is an elder statesman, and he's our guest. Last year, he was a member of the vetting committee, and has been privy to some of these situations. Honorable Benbafo, what advice will you give Congress in circumstances which we are discussing right now concerning students gaining admission, and it all goes down to who is a student and who has attained the studentship position to take up a position in NUGS-CHINA. What is your take on that, please, Honorable?
First of all, I'd like to say good evening to everyone. Thank you, Honorable Sam. All protocol duly observed. Well, that's a very, very, very hot topic, and I think it's very important we discuss this issue. Talking about whether someone just completed school and a person is supposed to, the issue also is the time of Congress also plays a role, right? And the time of admission also plays a role. So for example, Congress is happening in July, and then normally, officially, if you're going to do registration, it's normally happening somewhere in end of August or September, or somewhere in October. So if we are talking about the person in the second category, as Honorable Eben is saying, right? Someone who just finished and is continuing, not someone who is already in the 6-month period or 1 year and has 1 year to finish. In the second category, in such a situation, that also plays a very big role. What then do we do? That's what people will always be. That's what we're trying to debate on. From my own perspective, I like the point of legally, the person has a GW202 form, admission letter, and in every admission, you have to be able to sign a letter of acceptance before all these things are given to you. Either way, the person who's going to do that have to be able to give their own commitment and ensure that there will be no side. And I think that there should be a declaration that after the person has, for me, that's my suggestion, after you have received this admission, the person should declare, do you have any other school you have applied to that you need to disclose, right? And then for me, the person should have a GW202 form, from my perspective, an admission letter. The person should be able to accept the offer, to know that the person is like linked to the school but has not registered, on the way to register. But I think the JC should be able to have a document. That's what I'm saying. Congress should be able to look at a situation where there could be a document where the person could sign, indicating do you have any other offers somewhere that, or application you've applied somewhere that you are waiting on. It's just like Ghana, right? Any other public official, they ask them to declare their assets. He or she should be able to declare to ensure that you do not have any other conflicting school anywhere in terms of if you get any offer, you're going to leave. That what you have is the one solid institution you're going to. You get the idea. If the person has, then to me, that should not be a qualification, because it means that the mind is really not 100%. It is 50-50. You get my point? So there should be a little bit of a commitment and a declaration from the person indicating, I don't have any other schools that I've applied to. But if there is, that should be looked into. That is what I just wanted to add to the second offer that Honorable Abian is also trying to talk about. In addition to what Honorable Dumiako said, everything is really on point. Thank you, sir. I hope I answer your questions here.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Thompson, let me raise a second point. We have two amendments. Then we can also talk about that. Honorables, there is there is a very significant review that was submitted by a member. Maybe we can also combine this so that we really know. I know Congress is going to vote a yes for us to talk about this. So I want us to move ahead so that we know the construction and what we're putting in there. Honorable, if you can move to Honorable Salom, if you can move to clause 5, the suggestion under clause 5, okay? It says that in the event that a student graduates from his or her study with which was registered as a member and be enrolled in another level or institution of study in the subsequent academic year, the membership of the same shall be deemed expired. Such members shall only be eligible to hold office after the period stated in the clause 2 of this article. This is a very, very concrete review. Now, this is what the person means. For example, Honorable Ben Bafo has been admitted to maybe Virginia University, and he's a member of NUGS-CHINA, right? And he graduates as a master's student. Now, everything that happened during the 2 years or the 3 years has expired, shall be deemed expired, and the membership of this honorable member shall be deemed expired. So we are counting the 6 months from if he has gained admission to be a PhD student. That means that Honorable Ben Bafo is starting afresh. So he doesn't have a previous 6 months, or he doesn't have a completed 6 months. So it's like someone who has flown to China newly, and you've not completed any month of your study, you are now starting afresh. So that first month of your PhD, you have started counting it from, you are like a fresh student, not like, oh, I've already completed the 6 months because I was a master's student, because I was a bachelor student. But right now, you are starting afresh. So after you've served for 6 months, then you are deemed to qualify for any position in NUGS-CHINA. What do we think about this suggestion also?
Sam, can I come in?
Yes, please, you can come in.
I think your the point is well indicated. As I indicated earlier, we assume that if we don't put a clause there to define the limits of those who are, our basic problem now is those who are transiting from masters or from bachelors to PhD in that order. Those who are transiting are always our issues. Those are people who are having challenges when it comes to when their interest in becoming leaders. So just like what you have read, what is that indicated? If I finish my program of work here, or my program, and I'm doing a bachelor's degree, unfortunately, I'm planning to get a master's, and I get admission and I don't have all the requirements. Even if I have all the required documents, we should be able to put something in the constitution that will give the person an incubation period for us to observe the person to see whether he will stay or not. So definitely these 6 months that we've indicated, if you are supposed to do 2 years here, and we'll extend it to 1 year. After 1 year, if the person is staying here, then the person is qualified. By that time, the person can stand for any position. So I think that is what we should be taking our directions towards, because if we don't define it that way, the person, somebody also argue that yes, the person is transiting, but the person has been in China for more than some number of years, and the person is entitled to other benefit that any other member that is a continuous student is having. So we should be able to tell you that if you finish a PhD, a master's, you want to do a PhD, you get admission. It is assumed that your program of study has ended, you are beginning, and you must satisfy the incubation period of 1 year before you move on. So thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. So Honorable, just to real quick, this review is saying that if you are a student, maybe bachelor's or master's, and you are going to be enrolled in another institution, it means that whatever you have right now or previously has expired. So we are starting afresh from where you are. So that whether you have a GW 202, whether you have an admission letter, you have to fulfill 6 months, and you are being considered as a freshman or fresh woman to consider to be eligible for any position. Honorable, let me pick a lady. Honorable Olivia, then we go to Honorable Thompson. Honorable Thompson, I saw your hand first, but let's consider a lady first, please. Sorry. Honorable Olivia.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Please, I would like to say that this review is more or less, in my opinion, more of an interpretation of what already exists. Because if you become a new student somewhere else, the only thing you stand to miss is 1 year, which by the time of the next election, if genuinely you want to serve and nothing prevents you, you can just wait and apply the next time. Because you would have already gained admission, and then if you are going to study masters, you have 2 years. So waiting 1 year gives you automatically qualify. You have satisfied your 6 months waiting period, and you still have 1 year of study left. If it's PhD and it's 3 years, you still have 3 more. So I think that it's when we read it out like that, it may come off a bit harsh and a bit strict. But it basically means that the person just doesn't qualify to apply that particular time that we are not sure of the admission. It only extends them to the next year, which if indeed they chose to be in China, they are still part of the union and they can still give their contribution. Nothing stops them from doing so. The only thing is that now we confirm and we are sure as a union that they are here with us. So it's the 6 months, even if they start afresh, it only just rules out the fact that they are not able to be eligible for that particular year, which they are waiting for, and they will definitely be eligible for the next year. So it doesn't make a huge difference. But the only thing is that it secures the person's position, and we get to still have that 6 months trial period to confirm that they are going to be here in the long run. And we still have the fact that we know they have extra years ahead of them, that if they get the position, they'll be available to serve. So it's okay. I think it's a good review. Or else we still stick to what we have, and I think it's just interpretation. It's basically the same thing.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Thompson.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. I think I second with what Honorable Damia and what our Honorable ladies, I think Olivia just said now. But to add up to it, we all know, as human beings as we are, when you, even if you are working and you move from one position to the other, irrespective of how long you have been in that institution, you have moved to different phase. And that in the early stage of your position, you have to take your time to adjust and know whatever you are going to do better. The point is, if you are doing your master's or undergraduate and you are going to do PhD, that early stage of your life, you are now trying to know how you are going to manage your staff, whether you go to class, how you are going to be abreast with your studies. Remember, we are all students. So whether you want to serve today or not, this is not just a position for you to just come and occupy. This is a position to come and serve. Hence, you have like 3 years or 2 years. That 6 months, you can take that 6 months, get abreast with your academics or whatever, what's looking through NUGS, whatever is going on. After that 6 months or the next Congress or election year, you can apply if indeed you really want to serve the union and not just to come and occupy position. I think that would serve them. I mean, because even if you have, I have a colleague, they gave him JW2 perfectly, but he had a job offer in Ghana. He told me point blank, he said, Thompson, I'm going. I know I have to do my PhD, but I don't need it now. I can do it later. I'm going, let me go and work. And we had a lot of stuff to do here, but he said he's going. So whether you have pre-admission or whatever, that 6 months should work. And after that 6 months, if you really want to serve, nothing can stop you to serve. Thank you.
Honorable Thompson, I'll go to Honorable Eben, and then I'll take Honorable Ben Bafo. Then we vote on two options. The options will be whether the document qualifies you to be a full-time student, and also whether we are taking the amendment which has been suggested, because this amendment carries virtually what we are discussing, that when you finish a program of study, your membership in the union has been expired and you'll be considered as a new student or something in order for us to move forward to other matters. Yeah, but we are almost done, and this is very critical. That's why we are spending much time on this. Honorables, sorry if you are spending much time on this, but this is very important. Honorable Eben.
Oh, thank you, Honorable. My beloved brethren, let us be very, very careful. That's all I will say. These constitutions were written by us, if I will put us in this situation. We cannot compare someone who has been given admission fresh coming to China to someone who has finished his course, master's in China, and going to PhD. These are two different people. The guy has experience in the system and everything. But let me quickly come to, I would say this clause is unfair to all of us. It says what? Blah, 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 blah. The membership of such shall be deemed expired. But you know that those of us who have completed other schools, when they are collecting the national dues, they calculate it from 2010 when I came to China. Although I completed my master's and I jumped to PhD. Does this clause apply there? So when I finish my master's, my membership or whatever it is expired. But when these dues are being collected, I am calculated from when I entered in China. Honorable members, where does this clause fall? We are using this clause. Do you get me? It shouldn't hold for only people who are coming for position. Because if I have been in China for 10 years, you can't tell me that, and I'm moving for, you can't tell me my experience is not enough. Now I'm going to, and we have point of reference. Honorable Ben Carson and Honorable Felix, who did a very great job, used this same system. They came with admission letter and JW202. And the vetting committee approved them. It was even this thing discussed at Congress, just like we are discussing. And we all gave them the assurance and they went through. So we have a precedent. So if the worry here is about one, day leaving, I think after leaving, anybody can leave in the middle of the semester. But then we are looking at people who have been here, who has done their masters or bachelors, and they have experience within the system, and they are going to another another school or even continue, or they are going to another level. What experience again do they need? They know whatever goes on the next level. They know they have enough time. We all do even without learning time and whatever it is. I am looking at the point where we have a very good candidate at that particular point who could be a very good resource person. But just because we are looking at this thing, we would deny that person. It is okay, you want the person to wait 1 more year. But you know other opportunities that may come into that person's life in the coming year, for which, in the same way you are arguing, if we have made good use of this person's time as president, as secretary, as this thing, it could have also helped this union to move on forward. Let us try to be, in as much as we are using the book, let us try to put this thing, a little bit of a breather. I don't know the word to use, so I'm not committed, someone pick me here. Let us take a deep breath in our doings and in our arguments and know that, look, anyone who has stayed here already and is continuing is a very good resource person. In the event of a particular year where we don't have any continuing student coming forth, now this is also another thing. But then the only probable candidate who may be coming is facing this issue. What are we going to do if nothing is teaching us at all? Today we have only one candidate coming for presidency for this thing. Do we know what is going to happen next year? And I can tell you from the chapter level, we have to beg people to come and stand for positions. So in as much as we like the law, we want to put the law, we wrote the law, so we can amend the law for that purpose. That is why we are at this constitutional review. So please, let's give people the chance. So me, I'll talk like my grandfather. Let's give people the chance. So let's not make it chin-chin. If you will say, yes, sir.
I think we expect something, but we are rather discussing how we can make it suitable for our union, whilst also considering the interest of members.
I know, but at least we have completed one part. I know, but I'm telling you from 10 years of staying in China.
Yes, I understand. I understand your
time changes. And everyone who has stayed here in China and completed one particular course should be a very good candidate to serve this union.
Honorable, so right now,
so what I'm saying is that let us all take a very deep breath and consider that there may be time where we may have a problem. If you want to know what is happening, picking a cue from what is happening at the chapter level, we have to beg people to come and stand for positions at the chapter level. So if you have to put this condition where at a particular time, oh, this guy could have come. JJ, hey, quiet. At the particular time, this guy has lived in China, has done his master's, and is moving to his PhD. He has a confirmed, I want to specify there, J2W2. He has a confirmed admission letter. And just like my honorable president said, at the vetting committee, we can make him have a disclaimer, make him tell us that, look, he's not going anywhere. I think this person should be made to stand. So that in a particular year where we don't have any continuing students, we may not be found wanting, because at that time, I am hoping I will be in China to refer us to this situation. Thank you very much.
Just a follow-up, okay, to your suggestion, so that I'll be very clear, because we have to determine what we are voting on right now, which is becoming crucial, especially for me here, listening to all the debate. Now, if we are giving people a chance who have been admitted into a new institution, fine, they've been served a JW202, they've been served an admission letter. Now, the clause which states that and has completed at least 6 months, where does it fall in their category?
So good. And has completed 6 months, that is why we are here to amend. This, now we can amend everything and break them into two. We have continuing students who have served at least 6 months, because you can't tell an admitted student serve 6 months. Admitted students cannot serve 6 months. You get me? And then my reference is from President Felix and Secretary General Ben Carson. They were newly admitted students and they presented these documents. They were given the chance and they served the union perfectly. So we can have two categories. Continuing student, put all the clauses there. They have 1 more year to go and then they've served whatever it is. But then someone who has completed one full course in China and has been given a confirmed JW202 and then an admission letter should be granted a position. Further clauses, we should edit them and amend them. That is all I'm saying.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Ben Bafu will be the last person. Then I have to go through the difficult job of really getting what we should agree on and what not to agree on. This is really difficult. Honorable Ben Bafu.
Honorable, thank you so much. I really apologize once again because I'm a guest. I'm not a delegate, so pardon me. Just something I just want to pass along.
Your contribution is very important to us, please. Yeah, don't apologize. Yeah.
Okay, please. I think like what Honorable Eben said, I also agree. There should be a true clause, sub-clause indicating that fresh student and then or someone already in the system. And the second aspect of talking about if the person starts a new school, start afresh, and talking about experience. I am of the view that anyone who serves a union has always issued a certificate, if I'm right. Honorable, yes. So can't that be a proof if the person moved from master's to PhD? Can that be a proof indicating that the person has served in a union with a certain experience, whether chapter level or national level? Because the person has been in the system. It's still the same. So there can be a clause in there stating that, indicating that if it should not be seen as a fresh for a position, if the person can prove with a certificate of serving the union, right? It's the same thing. That can be of help. So that is what I just wanted to add to it, that if the person who has already been in a system and has moved into a new academic degree, and the person can support his service with a certificate, I think the person should be given such, because it's a union the person is serving, and the person has showed that he has served and he has made some contribution and he wants to continue. The person should be allowed.
Okay, just a follow-up. That means that the person should belong to or might have belonged to any committee, right?
That is something I think should be left to Congress. Whether the person should have worked as a chapter executive or any committee, that should be left to the Congress. So they can look at whether national committee or just maybe a subcommittee under any chapter. That should be looked by Congress and then voted upon. That is what I just wanted to add to that. As I said, I'm just a guest, so it's a suggestion just to think about. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I come with just a question of?
Sorry, let me seek for clarification so that we can move ahead. Okay, let me seek for some clarification. Honorable Thompson, sorry. Honorable Mbavo, this is Congress. We are privy to vetting committee, but we don't know, some of us don't know the regulations or something. During vetting, do you consider if someone has, you being a member and serving under a committee, is it one of the significant things vetting committee, per your experience, you consider for someone to go through vetting? Is it something which is very critical?
With a decision, yes, that is also one of the critical aspects, because going to have a national position, you should be able to might have served in your chapter level or any other committee. That gives a room that you know the system, you've been learning about it, and then you can be able to make a contribution. So that plays a very big role to that effect. But it also depends on some of the rubrics that the committee members we decide on. But that's one of the.
Thank you, Honorable. Congress, I think I will not take any further deliberations again, because we are still going around the same thing. But everyone who speaks also, I appreciate the new ideas that comes up, and I want to thank you for your great ideas towards this challenge. I will not say a problem.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me, please?
Yes, please. I can hear you.
Was my explanation okay?
Yes, please. It was okay.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Okay. Is there any question more?
No, please, for now, but I'll call you again when needed.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I wish you well.
Honorables, now we're going to vote on two options. Our first clause remains as it is. Okay, our first clause remains as it is, and the first clause will be for freshmen. Now the bone of contention right now is about someone who is a continuing student. Now we have two suggestions on board. The first one is the freshman. The freshman, I think, can take what is already in the system or what we've been living by or working with. So about completing 6 months and also have more academic year. Now what we're going to vote on is if the person can prove a JW 202, an admission letter, admission letter, confirmation or declaration of any other admission, and the last one that was suggested was certificate of service in either in the union. Sorry, yeah. Let me generalize it, because whether a chapter or a national, you are still part of the union. It's still a service to the union.
Honorable, forgive me. Can we, for future reference, can you state it clear, because we like
yes.
In local and national, local or national. Let's not make it general, so that in future we need interpretation again.
Okay.
What you are writing, local or national,
National.
then makes it easy.
Both local. Okay. Now the first one is the person is a student. No, should I say a student? I don't know. I'm stating the conditions, then we can think about other things, because that is what we're thinking about. Who is eligible for voting for national position or chapter position? That is an individual or a member of the union who might have
graduated. Who has been admitted?
An institution and gain admission to be enrolled in another institution, but can provide JW 202, admission letter, declaration of other admissions, certificate of service at both the local, certificate of service to either local or local, let me say, to at both, let me say, chapter or national level, shall be deemed eligible to hold a position in the union. Okay, so the person can provide GW 202 admission letter. Let me go to the certificate of service at both the either the national or the chapter level, then a declaration of any other admissions in any other institution. Okay, so if you can do this, then you can be eligible to hold a position in our union. This is the first option. So this will be the motion before the House. And let's see if members can vote to accept it or reject it. Then if members accept it, that means this is what we are going for if the person is a continuing student. If members reject it, then we think about something else. Yeah, I think so. Then we think about something else. So this is what has been suggested so far. Yeah, I think this is it.
Hello, Honorable.
Yes, please.
Please, Claire, in the case of when you say continuing students, does that mean the person must have completed one level of academic degree, moving on to another pursuit, if I get you?
Continuing student in this debate refers to someone who has graduated from an institution, moving to another institution.
Okay.
In this debate, that is the definition for it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Honorable Sam.
Yes, please.
If possible, can you put the other motion also together so we can have first motion, second motion, so that when people are voting for, I think it will be more, like you say, convincing than when we put only one there and it's rejected before we come in, because other candidates too have put other motions, which I think we should. So let's have first motion, second motion, and then let's vote on them to save time.
Honorable Sam, yes, I know I can't come in, but then if you are to go and vote on this, then we have to also go back and check our Article 5, Clause 1 and amend that if we are going to do that, because this will also have to affect our membership. How do we define our membership? If this is what we are going to vote on, then we have to look at it again. How we define our membership if we are going to vote on this, because it's only a member who can stand for a position. If you are doing this, then let's look at that one as well.
Just to Article 5 Clause 1, just to answer your question and the debate that has on the floor of Congress, he said any Ghanaian national admitted into a program of study. Now, let me go step by step. When you are admitted into a program of study
and has registered.
Yes, I'll get there.
Having JW2 doesn't mean you have been registered.
Honorable, I'll get there. Okay, I'll get there. Admitted means you have JW 202, you have admission letter, you have any other document by the school, it qualifies admission. Now, the question is, and has registered. As Honorable Eben said, when you go to the portal, your registration, okay, starts from if you are a master's student, or even a bachelor's, not even a bachelor's, or a bachelor student, your registration starts when you registered as a member of the union, which is already in the portal. So if you're a continuing student moving from one university to another, you are still a member.
Yes, I get it, but on the portal, you have the time that you are going to finish school, and you finish school, that is where you refer to Article 5, Clause 3. That's where you deem to be an honorary member, and I don't know if an honorary member can stand for a position, because if they are taking you dues, then meaning you are an honorary member, not like the normal member. So you can still tell your chapter that, you know what, I'm done with school, so my dues can be calculated from this time. If you are, so for instance, if you are done with school and you are in China.
Sorry to cut you. Okay, sorry to cut you. Let's get the definition well. An honorary membership, he said that upon submission of a written application to NUGS-CHINA. So you are not an honorary member when you complete your program of study. Let's get it right.
That should tell us that when you are done with your program of study, what can deem you as a member is that you apply to be this kind of member. So when you are done with your studies, you are done, and you are not a member unless you apply to be.
The person is a member of the union. The person has gained admission. I understand your question, that what if you put your question this way, then we can really understand it well, rather than referring to an honorary membership. What is the difference between someone whose membership ends if the person graduates and leaves to Ghana, and someone whose membership ends if the person finishes the masters and begin to continue? What is the difference between them? If you
That's
put it
what
that,
I mean. That's what I mean.
That way, then you can appreciate it. But honorary member it has nothing to do with this. You've also raised a good point.
I mean, that's what I'm referring to. So sorry if I use that.
It's okay.
Honorable, when we come to
Eben, please, let me seek for this clarification. I'll come back to you. Okay. Sorry. Thank you. It's a very good point. Honorable Collins, please, are you here?
Hello.
Yeah, Honorable.
Yes, sir.
Great, thank you. If someone is graduating from one university to another, does the person have to register again as a member of the union, or his or her registration continues? I don't know whether it's a good question I'm asking, but does it continue, or the person has to register again?
Okay, so what happens is that once you are done with your education and you are continuing, there's no need for re-registering. It's the same registration that you've done during the first registration. So you just update your information in the portal, and then it just takes effect. Now, with regards to people who are graduating, most often it happens that, let's say my visa is supposed to expire, let's say July 30th or July 31st, but then I'm graduating on July 1st. It doesn't mean necessarily you're no longer a member on July 2nd, because as of July, even at July 10th, you're still holding a student visa. So that means you're still a member of the union. And even as at that point, if there is any issue, it is still your school that is still going to handle your issue, because your school is still going to regard you as a member of their institution, since you still hold a valid visa that they have issued to you. So that is what I can say.
Membership doesn't expire when you graduate. So, okay, Honorable Colin, say, when does the membership of an individual expire?
Okay, so the membership of the individual expires when the person now is no longer a student. The person affirms that he or she is no longer a student, or the person moves back to Ghana and the person's education period has ended. So that is when the membership expires.
I want to see clarification.
No, please, I'll give you a chance to talk, please.
Okay.
Okay, the person is no longer a student, either in China or something. Wherever you are in China, you are no longer a student, and you move to China, you move to Ghana, you are no longer a student. Honorable Selom, what clarification did you seek to?
I want the Mr. President to clarify this situation where somebody is supposed to graduate in June, and based on our portal, the NUGS-CHINA portal, after the 30th of June, which is in the system automatically graduates you from member to a past student or alumni. I want to know what exactly makes somebody a member. Is he the person applying to the secretary, or the information that the person has given to us in the system that we use? Because I'm getting confused here.
Okay, so thank you very much.
Understand me?
Yes, trying to, from the best of my understanding, I would say that once people normally state that, okay, well, I'm graduating in June, but it happens that the person doesn't graduate in June. So let's say, for instance, I can tell you at the beginning of my studies, I can tell you I'll graduate in July 2021. But then by July 2021, I have extension. I extend my study period. So that means in the portal, I haven't actually updated the information in the portal. But then after July, the portal is going to assume me to be an alumni, and it will seem like I'm no longer a member of the union. But here's the case. In reality, I have actually extended my study to probably December. So that means I need to update my information in the portal. So the reality on grounds is that sometimes you need to get in touch with the people, with the member, to be able to affirm that, yes, this person has graduated, or this person is no longer available. So until the person provides you with the visa, the current status of the visa, it's very difficult to say that this person is no longer a member. That is the situation. But if members are able to comply every every now and then being able to update their information in the system, then we can confidently say that, yes, from the system, this person is no longer a member. Until then, we may have to confirm from the member if he or she has extended or is still going by the date in the system.
Okay. Okay, thank you. David Ampa. Honorable Demuyako.
I think I just want to get a better clarification from the president. I think per his definition of membership, I stand to be corrected. That it means that a very good number of our people on this platform, including those who are participating as delegates and electing executives, per his definition, I should believe that we don't qualify to do so, because a good number are home, they've gone home, they've completed, they have left their programs of studies, their visas have expired, they're already at home, and then participated, and then as a result of that, elections were held, and then executives are elected. So am I right to say that those group of people that participated, even though they have completed, we might have some legal challenges? Because it is something I've been thinking all over. If we want to just define it that the person's visa is expired, the person has finished his course of study, he has moved back home, and in the system is not updated, but in reality, the person is out there. How do we reconcile this? Yeah, I want a clarification. So that if we're able to know this, then we should give time-bound, what's the name? We should be able to define the times for holding all chapter and national elections, so that we don't fall in the situation as we find ourselves now. Because I know a very good number of people at home, and most of them have graduated. They have nothing to do with studentship. The school has no authority over them. So I want the president to clarify it per his definition. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So basically, over the past years, what has been the scenario is that Congress is normally held before vacation, so that people who would want to participate in the Congress are able to participate. So for instance, me being the president, if I'm in my final year and I'm supposed to be part of Congress, then Congress is supposed to be held before vacation, so that I can actually participate before I leave the country, or before I leave China, because once I leave China, I cannot participate because I'm no longer a member and I'm supposed to be the chairman for Congress. But it's as a result of situations that we have. Currently, we are holding Congress after vacation. So if we are holding Congress after vacation, then it's most definitely that we are going to have people who were supposed to be part of Congress, but then due to the date that we've extended, those people cannot participate in Congress. So it's just a scenario. It's a scenario of there's a challenge that we have right now that has necessitated for this situation. Other than that, if Congress were to be physical, we would have all met at a place and we will all be holding valid visa, and nobody will be invalid as a delegate member. So as because of the situation that we have, we decided to have Congress during vacation so that a lot more people can participate. Since it's going to be online, we can get the maximum participation. But had it been the case that Congress was being held physical, then we wouldn't have any situation of this kind cropping up. So it's a situation that we have that is causing this problem.
And I'm sure, Mr. President, the Constitution has not made provision for this situation we find ourselves now. So what is the way forward? Because from afar, somebody can pick this as a legal issue. If the Constitution doesn't make provision for that, and a good number of people are out there, they are already out of the system. And these are the same people we are using them to run the system. How do we reconcile that?
Honorable Muyako, I think that for Yeah, the issue that we are discussing right now concerning like what you raised is because of the current situation that we have, because in previous Congress, that is the face-to-face, if you go to Congress, the date is put when all students can stay in China to go to Congress, because normally they don't fix the date when your visa is expiring and or any other thing. Right now, the case before us is because of this COVID situations where we have to think about a venue. People even didn't we didn't have a host chapter, right? Shifting things backwards, and the online system where we have to even prolong up to this time. So in case it was a face-to-face, we wouldn't have this challenge of maybe students who are no more students still in Congress and taking decisions for the union. But this is a rare case which we are facing right now. Yeah. Okay. Honorables, what I want to say is what we are discussing are critical, and what Honorable Thompson raised is also crucial concerning membership and when does membership expire? The membership of an individual expire, because if someone graduates and the person leaves China, or the person is no more a student, his or her membership has expired. And if someone is still continuing, the person is starting another academic year in another university or even the same university, do we take it like, because if you are registering in the system, as Honorable President said, you say, I'm starting school in 2016, I'll graduate in 2018. So that is what is registered in the portal. Just after that, I think the portal, according to Honorable Selom, graduates you until further information is being carried out to them. Oh,
Honorable, you were almost calling me and you went to someone.
You just raise your hand, please. There were other hands raised for Honorable event.
Remember, I was almost talking. You said Honorable Collins should speak before, so I lowered my hand.
Okay. I'll get to you, but okay, you can go ahead, please.
What I will say is that we approached things from a different angle. We worked ourselves. We started from work before 6 or something on one argument. We worked ourselves. We were almost at the point of, how do you call it? Is it voting on or presenting an argument for it to be voted? Only for us to be taking on a different issue, and then now the bone of contention. I like the fact, I always say, I like the fact that we like the law, we like the constitution, we like this one. But then we should stay focused sometimes and finish one particular thing. I think this thing you are saying can be referred to the JC or something, Honorable, so that we can complete one thing. Because this is one of the things that is making people lose interest here. I've left my family for the past 2 hours sitting here. My wife looks at me in a moment, hey, you are still on this same issue. When do we move forward? So reminding us, if we have gotten to the point of where we have to do this thing, I even argue that let's add the other one and vote on. I think we can vote on that. Yeah.
Yeah, please. I think that your submission has been heard, but I don't think the suggestion that came is different from what we were going to vote on. This was it. If I could land.
Okay.
We raised issue of freshmen and continuing students, and Honorable raised the question as to who do we define as a freshman and a continuing student. Since this Honorable which we are talking about, or if someone graduates from a university and entering into another university, under Article 5+1, the person can be also considered as a freshman from his perspective, because now the question is, when does my membership end? As a member, your membership ends when within the specified time, you've told us that you are graduating from this time to this time, and you graduate. I think he also has a valid point regarding what we are going to vote, because if we don't consider that, and if he said something out of context, we would have ruled on that this is out of context. But it all goes down to what we are going to vote on as continuing students and freshmen. And this is not like the person is continuing from one semester to another. The person is transitioning from one degree to another. So do we consider that person as a continuing student and not like a freshman as we are describing? So that is what we are seeking for clarification. If we leave that and go forward, I don't think we are being frank with him, or we are being good to him, because it all borders around the debate which we are trying to vote on. Okay, so I don't think the honorable is out of context.
No, honorable, I'm not saying it's out of context, but I heard him talking about those who have gone to Ghana, and then they will allow me to say he found some lapses in what the president said and speaking on. But then if we define, all we are saying is that a continuing student, we have defined the first part. You're a student, you are moving from year 1, year 2. I think we've defined that. And now a continuing student on the second part we are saying is that, okay, you have finished your master's, right? You applied a PhD, either in the same school or a different school. But now you have been giving your JW202 confirmed. You have been giving your admission letter confirmed. Do you get me? As at this point, you have not officially informed, you have not officially informed the union that you are no longer a member, because you are in the transition period. If something happens to you, you are still a responsibility, law or no law, right? You have not officially this thing. And then know that in China, if you have 3 years of admission, you have the right to extend it another 2 years or 3 years. It is in almost every school. PhD people have 4 years here, they take it to 8 years. Officially on the letter it is. So what I want us to do is that this issue where you qualify or this you've gone to Ghana, let's stay focused on you have finished school. Do you have an admission letter, a confirmed one, that will guarantee you staying in that particular school or in another school to continue your education? And if we limit it that way, we will move forward rather than adding so many apparatus.
In order to cut this, can I also suggest that maybe Congress can also think about a definition of when someone ceases to be a member of the union? Maybe that will solve this problem.
Very good. Let's all go very quick.
Exactly.
It shouldn't take time. Let's go quickly. Who submits something so we can go?
That is a very big concern. If we're able to do that, but it will help us a lot because the way things are going.
Very quick one. In submission for that, what I will say is that we should remember that everyone in every school, apart from what is stated on your admission letter, you have 3 years, you have an additional extension of 2 years or something that you can apply for in your school. So if you finish your school, it doesn't automatically end your system. So we should make it that after your graduation, you have a period to inform the school. You get it? Because other than that, the fact that your letter says 3 years and we consider you, that is my concern. We are going too much by the letter, by the law.
Point of information. I believe that when the school, if you are extending your study, that is, you extend it if you have not done or fulfilled what you are supposed to do in that academic year. Because if you are done with everything, maybe you defend your thesis, you have published everything. Upon what basis are you going to say that I want to extend to maybe 2 years or 1 year when you have already fulfilled whatever you want to do? I believe that the reason why they are giving people a chance, because this time around it's very difficult for people to get flights, especially last year. There are a lot of cases school gave extended visa to people because they knew that these people are trying to get flights back home. Hence, they try to extend this thing for their students. So you can't just say that, that time period, before you extend it, you have to give the school the reason why. And the reason normally is you have not fulfilled the requirement of the program that you are doing. That is when you can extend your studies.
Honorable Sam, my last submission, and I'm out of here, I promise you for that. I beg you, my last submission, I'm out of here.
I understand your point. Let me state the debate so that we can move on, unless we be revolving around the same thing. Please, we have other matters to talk about. Honorables, now the bone of contention has been when does our membership cease? If we are able to answer this question, I think even the article that we are discussing will be solved. The problem will be solved. So maybe we can think about this and we can debate on this. When does your membership cease as a NUGS-CHINA member? When does your membership cease? Maybe we can discuss this. But honorables, let's be critical, because when we say that everyone should write a letter to the union telling them that I've completed my program of study, I don't know how feasible that will be. So let's also think around that. If we come up with suggestions. So honorables, when do our membership cease as members of the union? Let's think about this and debate about this. Then it will solve the problem of holding a position. I believe strongly that if we are able to define this, it will solve that problem, because this transitioning problem has the perception that you are still a member of the union when you might have graduated from an institution. And like any other person, when you graduate, we are assuming you are going home or you are going to do something else. So what makes you different from other people? Honorable Eben, I'll give you the chance, then I'll give Honorable Derek a chance. Honorable, please, straight to the point. When does your membership as a NUGS-CHINA member?
What I'll say is that, when we have different angles, someone can graduate today and go home. In Nanjing, I know people, like Honorable said, who have fulfilled all requirements, but because they were good students, the guy asked his supervisor to confirm his visa extension. His visa was extended. He stayed and did his personal research within the school. Although he has fulfilled his requirements, he stayed, did his research for 6 months and go. Secondly, we shouldn't make it automatically that once you graduate, there should be a grace period, because we are human beings.
What do you suggest?
So there should be a grace period of 6 months given to anybody. If we know you have graduated and we don't hear also from you after 6 months of your absence, then you can be considered a non-member, because within that 6 months, this issue of you reapplying issue can be resolved. I'd like to say thank you very much. Sorry, I cannot continue. I have other things to do. All the best, all of you.
Okay, Honorable Derek, NGC.
Yes, thank you so much, Honorable Sam and Honorable Congressman. I think I closed from my service not long, so I'm in Ghana now, and I had to join. And much of the discussions have been on the floor without me being privy to them. But I would like to just maybe say something with regards to the article under discussion, Article 5+1. And that any Ghanaian national admitted into a program of studies in a recognized institution in China and has been registered with the local chapter of NUGS-CHINA shall be a member of NUGS-CHINA. And I think that this clause is very, very clear. For me, I think that now we have a very good system and structure in NUGS-CHINA where we have a complete database. You have filled in the system your years of graduation. So once the period of graduation is over, obviously your membership is extended because you are done with your studies, and NUGS-CHINA is for studies, students. In the case of PhD students, or maybe on few occasions masters who have their visas extended because they've not been able to meet up the academic work, they can extend their years in the system. And that means that they continue to remain as students, and for that matter, as members of the chapter. Yes, so for this one, that is what I would say. But maybe when the honorable chair now goes to the extent of the voting and elections, I would also have something to say to that regard. But I wouldn't want to mince a lot of words.
Yeah. Thank you, Honorable. We're talking about the voting right now. We're talking about the voting. And a suggestions were made that if the individual has graduated and the person has gained another admission and have JW202 admission letter, and Honorable Ben Bafo mentioned that we should include a declaration of other admissions. If you have a declaration of other admissions, then you can't be considered because we don't know where you stand, right? Or something. Yeah,
okay.
and also a certification. And another member mentioned that these persons that we are discussing, according to our constitution, are they really students? As you've rightly mentioned that you stated a period. If you are a master's student, you stated a period. So it is deemed that after the period, you are done with your program of study. You are no more in that institution, right? So are you a student?
Yes. So for the elections, what I would say, I think we all know the tenets under which somebody becomes a student of China. The mere fact that you have a JW2 form with you doesn't make you a student until you have gone through the procedure to get registered and gain your visa. So when somebody gains a notice of admission in Ghana, that person doesn't automatically become a student of that school until the person has arrived in China, registered with the school. So for me, I think this is very clear. Getting the admission doesn't make you the student until you have gone to the school to go through the registration process. And this is what should bind our decision right now. Until the person is registered with the school and registered with the chapter, that person is not a student. I think last year we had ourselves with these issues, and at the end of the day, if we had taken that decision by then, we would have had the judgment of posterity in this particular year. So in this year of constitution review, we must be very critical with the discussions that come on board. The tenets are very clear, and we must go by them. Until you have registered with the school and with the chapter in that particular region where your school is located, you don't become a member of NUGS-CHINA, or until you are registered with the school, you don't become a student in the first place, even to qualify you to become a member of NUGS-CHINA.
Thank you. Honorable, according to what you're saying, it means that if you are transitioning from one university to another, you still have to register as a member of the union, though you already had a membership position, right?
Yes, Honorable Sam, because for instance, I am a student of Southeast University situated in Nanjing. So let's say that I'm moving from Nanjing to Beijing. Even though I was a student of NUGS-CHINA, my membership expired when my duration for my particular studies, maybe master's, was due. So having gained admission to a university in Beijing, I have to go through, register the process, register with my school, become a student in the first place, get registered with NUGS Beijing.
Okay, good. Thank you.
So you are transitioning, are you transitioning in the same school? Even if it's within the same school, your old admission ended. So it is deemed per the tenets of our constitution that your membership ended. So you have gained a new admission, you have to completely transition before you become a member again.
Okay. Thank you. Right now, this is what we're going to do to help our constitution. In the constitution that we have right now, there is nothing like termination or I'll not use the word termination. And when your membership ends, there is nothing like that. It is assumed, right, that when you graduate. So I think we have to make it clear. That's the first thing. When we do that, it will solve that problem in the election. It will solve that problem. So yeah, the suggestion so far has suggested that if you graduate, you are no more a student. If you give notice of extension and you graduate, you are no more. So whoever graduates is no more a student. And therefore, even if you are moving in the same school, you still have to register with your chapter. If that is what we're going by, it will solve the problem in the election. It means that whoever attains a new status of any academic degree has to register again to be a membership of the union. So, honorables, let's work on the membership when you cease to be a member, and to solve that problem in our election article, please. So, Honorable Derek, I will take yours. Honorable Derek, if you can be clear, graduation is your point, right? Graduation upon graduation. Honorable Derek, please, am I right?
Absolutely. I think my point was was clearly made, because admission, registering makes you the student, graduation makes you an alumni of the school. So you are not a current student of the school.
Okay,
an alumni, sorry, yeah.
Okay, graduation. Okay, but someone who hasn't graduated, definitely you are still a student. Okay, graduation. Honorable Collins, say, please, what terminates your membership? Let's go straight to the question so that we can have a clause like that and it will solve other issues.
Okay, thank you very much. What I would say is that what terminates your membership should be binded by to your visa status, because in as much as some people graduate, you face the reality where let's say I'm graduating on 1st July, but my visa ends on 31st July. And on the 10th of July, I have an issue. Does it mean NUGS is not going to take care of me? So okay, that is one thing that we need to consider.
When in your school, let me follow up with this question. In your school right now, when do they cease to take care of you?
Once your visa is expired. And sometimes you even have a situation where people have graduated, but they have admissions to continue their program of study. But then the school is going to...
Honorable, right now, we're restricting ourselves to what you've registered in the system as your current status. Okay, I think we've gone back and forth on this. So if you're a master's student and you are still, you want to pursue a PhD, I think the school doesn't prolong in your system. They close your master's account, right? If I'm right, I don't know about other universities. You even in the registration, you seek for admission with a new portal or something. Yeah. So, Honorable Collins, I think even the school system, they don't really say he was a master's student here, so we are continuing. If you go for your transcript, if it is master's, it's master's. If it is PhD, it's PhD. They don't say master's PhD. I think we can still work by that in our union.
Can I come in? Can I
Yes.
come in? Yes. The point you are not getting is that if I'm finishing, let's say, on 31st July, and I have admission to continue in September, now there is no way I will stay in China between 31st July to September without visa. I would definitely be on a visa. So what kind of visa am I going to be on? And most often it happens that the schools try to extend your visa for you. Now, if we have people in that situation and they have welfare issues, are you going to deny them and tell them you are no longer a member of NUGS-CHINA? Okay. That is one thing that we have to be careful about, handling this kind of situation. Now, if people are in this situation, they have graduated, and now you begin to have shipping, and that you say that they are no longer members of NUGS-CHINA, are you going to deny them
Okay. Say,
so that is one thing that we have to consider. Yeah. That if we say you graduated, so you are no longer a member, but meanwhile you are on a student visa, then we have to look at it carefully. So that's why I'm suggesting that your membership ceases when you no longer have a student visa.
Okay, Honorable, say, let me use my case as an example because this is kind of sensitive. I graduated in 2018 during my master's. When my school wanted to extend for me, they made me register as a language student for 1 month, okay? And do you know, the school will stop taking care of you in the sense that you have to pay for your own insurance. Do you know that?
Now, paying for your own insurance doesn't mean you're no longer a student. You are still a student.
No, you are a student.
It's just a matter of scholarship and awards that have been given to
Honorable, you are a student, but your visa has expired, and that visa that they give you, let me say, quote unquote, is not really a student visa. They have a name for it. That 1 month, 2 month visa, some of them call it, they have a name for it. It's not really a student visa as you a student, but it's just helping you to stay in China so that if you get the admission and the humanitarian visa, so that when you get your admission, you'll be able to stay in China and have that same and have a student visa later. It is not really a student visa like you are a student. So let's consider that. That visa is not really a student visa unless you are made to apply for a language something. But that visa they give you is not really a humanitarian visa. And I think you state clearly that whatever happens to you in China, the school is not responsible for that because they finished taking care of you. So now this is it. If we want, I didn't say it's a sad story, Honorable Farmer. I didn't say it's a sad story. Now, if we are going by visa, that means that you can have, Honorable, you mentioned something about shipping, but let's see, shipping is done before they graduate, right? Shipping is done before they graduate, and you rightly mentioned that someone can graduate and will have a problem. I think that should be a policy, something in NUGS-CHINA. Because if someone has graduated, why do we still use our dues to cater for the person? Or someone is no more a student, why do we use our dues to still cater for the person? I don't know, but this is more policy than being constitutional.
Honorable Sam, can I come in?
Yeah.
Now, point of correction or point of information. Now, when the school extends your visa because you are going to continue a program, it's not every situation that it's a humanitarian visa. It is a student visa. And I can give you a proof that my visa was extended from July to September as a student visa. It is not a humanitarian visa. The schools sometimes extend the visa for the students.
But does it mean you are a student?
You are still under the care of the school.
No,
so
but
whatever happens to you, that is what I'm saying that my visa has been extended by my school from July to September. Now, if I have a situation, is NUGS going to say that they are not going to take care of me in terms of welfare?
No, I understand
that is a reality that we need to face.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Honorable. That is the reality. But the school extended from July to September. Are you a student? Are you an enrolled student in that institution? Does it make you a student?
Honorable Sam, I think that there are a lot of hands raised there so that others may also, because I'm thinking a lot about what the Honorable Collins is saying, Honorable Presido. And I also have to think within my mind that what is the role of the embassy? Because if you are no more a student and something has happened to you. That is why embassies are situated in other countries, so that they have to go, they have to work on the needs of Ghanaians within that specific countries or that specific nationality in that country. So if you're a Ghanaian in China, there is a Ghanaian embassy. If there are things happening to you that you need help when you are not a student, the embassy should come in to help you. So I think this is a constitution. We have to understand that not everything around us will enter there. There should be certain specificities, right? So yes, it's a review process, and we must also be much accurate as possible and very specific to the points that we want, because the truth is not everything can be there.
That is, the accuracy is actually what I'm seeking, so that we can even draft something to vote on.
Because to have a collective document, let others also share their minds, and let's see.
Honorable Francisca.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Now, when we go to Article 5, Clause 3, it gives a provision for a student who has completed his study but still resides in China to apply for honorary membership. So I think that there's membership ceases once a student graduates. Now, if you're in China and you want to be a member, you can apply in your chapter as a honorary member. Then in that case, we'll consider you as a member. Other than that, once you graduate, because the system will move you to alumni. So if you apply, then we'll move you back. Or if you get admission in September, we will move you back. So I think we shouldn't drag this issue, honestly.
Honorable Francisca, so if I get you clear, okay, not to cut you short, if I get you clear, you also go for graduation as a means of ceasing to be a student, right?
Yes, because when you provide your details, you said you graduate in June. Let's say this date. Once you graduate, the system automatically moves you from a membership to alumni. So once we have that system there, we should go by it. If you want to be a member, you apply as stated in Article 5, Clause 3. Then we reinstate you as a member of NUGS-CHINA.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Francisca. Honorable Damuyako.
I think we cannot just it is good that we give a gestation period where when somebody graduates for events such like just like what we are facing now, we are able to give them up to September. If you graduate up to what's the name? Graduate in June or July, by September, then your membership ceases. In that way, we are able to do the necessary arrangement in case of eventualities as such, like what we are experiencing. They're able to clean the system to be able to enroll new people. If we are going to be whipping people out right away from graduation, then a lot of when they are situated, just like the way we find ourselves, a good number of us might not be in a position qualified to do the necessary, to perform the necessary rules, to hand over power and those kind of stuff. So we have to consider gestation period where even though your visa expired, you are no more in China, you have up to September. When new admissions start and new students are enrolled into the system, then the all graduates will be removed from the system. So I think we should take it from there, that side. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Thompson will be the last person, then we know what to do next.
Okay. What I will also say is that yes, we need members, but that is why the Article 5, Clause 3 is there. Once you are done with your graduation and you are staying here, you just now applies to be that honorary member. That membership doesn't mean that you are no more a member. You are done, but because you are still here, because you still want to belong to NUGS, so that in case of anything like the president said, we can help you apply to become this member. so that you know that you are there. But once you are done with school, you are done. And your membership seat, if you don't apply for this, then you know more, irrespective of people we want to engage them or irrespective of the number of people we want in NUGS, we still have to stand and make sure that we have our direction as in, if you are done, you are done. If you want to become this, you have to apply to become. When Akufo-Addo is done, he is done. If you want to become another president, he has to stand for it.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Farmer, I see your questions, but I wish what I'm seeking to do is just, and the follow-up questions I'm asking is just a clarification for us to arrive at the point, for me to note the points down so that we know what we are going for. So if you have anything, you can also give your suggestion, because if you put them in the comment section like questions to some of the questions I'm asking, I'm not asking to impose, I'm asking for clarifications. So if you can also unmute yourself to also talk, bring your ideas on board, like what other honorable members are doing, it will really help us, because some of your follow-up questions, what I'm doing is for clarifications and also to be clear in my mind as to whether I'm getting things right. Yeah, thank you. Honorables, we have two things before us. One is graduation, and one is, three things. Extension, we should give, should I say probation? Probation, if I'm right, of some months. And the next thing that came on board is visa. Okay. Okay. So an individual ceases to be a member of NUGS-CHINA after graduation. That the graduation into bracket, your program of study, that means you gave up to maybe September 2016 to maybe July 2018. That is what the graduation meant. Probation of maybe you cease to be a member after September. After September, as our honorable member suggested, then our president is suggesting we make it visa. When your visa expires, then you cease to be a member of NUGS-CHINA. Honorable Demiako, is it an old hand or a new hand?
Old, please.
Old hand. Okay, thank you. Honorable Derek.
Please, can I say something about the visa?
Yes, mine is a new hand. I just wanted to say something a second. I think if we can remember, during the 2020 general elections, Ghana had a similar situation because of the COVID. On the basis of what the Constitution, the 1992 Constitution of the land said, was that once December 7 hits, the president's tenure of office has ended. And even if we cannot vote as a result of the COVID, the speaker would have to take his place, if I remember rightly, before the time where they could, work out to organize the new elections. So these things we must be very critical. We don't, sideline one law because we want to satisfy another. When somebody has graduated, you are not a student, and like my other honorable congressmen and women have suggested, Article 5+3, somebody can use that medium to still be a member if the person would so need the help of NUGS. I think we must stick to our laws so that, we move forward as a union.
Honorable Sam.
Yeah, Honorable Salom, you can go ahead.
Yes, please. As secretary, and checking on our portal, we have passport expiry. We don't have visa expiry on our portal. So how do we know if the person's visa has expired or not? How do we know? Visas are renewed haphazardly, quote unquote, because every school is its own system. Some people, they give them 3 months, 1 year, depending on the expiry of your health insurance. It's not it's not systematic. So if you're using visa, that's going to be problematic. Besides, we don't have any record in our system now of people's visa expiry date. We don't have it. How then do we monitor people whose visas have expired or not?
Okay. Honorable SG, can you confirm what has been said? Francisca, Honorable Francisca, can you confirm this?
Hello, sorry. Please, the question again, I'm sorry.
That system doesn't have a section which deals with visa expiration.
No, we have passport expiration, but not visa.
But you have program of study duration, right?
Yes.
Thank you. Which in other words has to do with graduation, am I right?
Yes. So once the time is due, the system automatically moves you to alumni until you inform your chapter secretary that maybe you've extended your program of study to, let's say, the next 3 months. Then the secretary will reinstate you as a member. So that's
Thank you. Okay, honorables, we've listened to the debate. Now, the reason why we are talking about all these things has to do with our elections, where honorable members come up that they've gained admission and they want to stand for a position. We decided to vote on certain articles or certain requirements, but another question was raised as to whether these individuals that we are even considering them as students or they are not students. It has already been made clear that these individuals have completed their program of study, whether in the same institution or another institution, and therefore cannot be deemed to be students. And Congress at this time want to state emphatically what qualifies one to be a member and what does our membership, when does our membership expire? And it is believed that if we are able to define this, we will be able to establish who can then contest for a national or chapter position as a member of NUGS-CHINA. And we'll make that article, which is Article 32 or something, very clear. Now, honorables, we're going to vote on the expiring dates of our membership. We have 3 before us, and we will vote on them one by one according to the debate. The first one will be graduation. And the graduation which we're talking about is when you graduate. Now, let's say that this graduation deals with your graduation as in final graduation. If you've extended your program of study, as the Honorable SG has said, that you have to inform. So if you extended, it doesn't also constitute graduation, you are still a member. But this graduation is when you graduated from the school. Now, another member suggested a probation of some months. And we also have to think critically whether that will solve the problem under the voting. Because if you graduate and you say that you are giving the Honorable, I don't think it's about the time, 6 to 9:30. It's about how we can really help the union. I understand time is very important and we all have something to do. So please, Honorable, let's think about how critical this issue is. Okay, not really the time. I understand the time factor. We also have to think, Honorables, going back to what I was saying, that if someone comes up and the person says, I'm gaining admission in September, and we've already given a probation of 3 months, that means that we've not really solved the problem because we are not still sure whether the person will be admitted and whether the documents that the person has still qualifies him or her to be a student. So a probation, that means that we've not really solved the problem because that we are still not sure and we are still left in uncertainties. Honorable President mentioned visa, and it was being also seconded in the chat page or in the chat that we should consider visa. Now, issues have been raised also as to the monitoring of the visa, because different schools have different visa policies, and our system also doesn't capture when your visa expires. Though there can be arguments that you can ask the individual to provide according to the school's policy, but that will be left to Congress to decide. We've debated for almost 3 hours now. I don't believe it's 3 hours though, because we talked about different things. But we have to vote now. When does our membership expire? The first one we're going to vote is graduation. When you graduate, graduation is the date that you've specified in the portal that you are starting school from this and you are ending at this. That is what comprises graduation, if I'm right. Okay, so I, Samuel Ofosudo, now would like to move the motion for Congress to vote on membership. Is it expiration? Honorable SJC, Derek, send your camera for now.
No, okay. We can expiration, a big can expiration. So choose your choice.
Okay, thank you. Actually, he is the chair of the NJC. He's very good in grammar than me. I, Samuel Ofosudo, now would like to move the motion for Congress to vote on membership expiration of NUGS-CHINA. And the first one is graduation. Honorable, if you vote accept, that means that we have 3 options now. How do we vote on this? Honorable Derek, we have 3 options now. So if even we vote 1-1-1, should we look at the magnitude of each vote, or honorable members, how do we vote on this?
Is it possible that we can put the 3 together so that like objective answers, so that we choose, then the one that carries the heavier weight, we go for that.
Yeah. Let me contact my tech team. Honorable tech team, is it possible to have 3 options? One is graduation, the second one is probation, and the third one is visa. And members will vote on each one of them. So the one that carries the highest vote will be for us. Is it possible to do that in the polls? Honorable Benny, if you are here, or any other person in charge of the technical team today, is it possible, please?
Well, it's possible, but I don't have the access to do that now.
The tech team doesn't have the access to do that now?
I'm the host. I don't have that access now. Maybe I'll contact and get back to you. Okay.
Okay, yeah. I think Benny, or I think Frankie.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yes,
Yeah.
I'll contact them and get back to you.
Okay. I don't know if we can proceed, but I think we have to wait on this for them to get it clarified. Because if we proceed, we've talked a lot. Maybe people might forget and would like me to remind them of what was discussed according to what has happened. Were you talking? I don't know. I think after this, we have few left. We don't have much to do here. I think we are almost done. Yeah, after this, we are done. Yeah, after this, we have, I think, 1 or 2, then we are done. So Congress, let's take our time, and we have other pressing issues we will discuss. The presiding member will take over. Thank you, honorables.
Honorable Sam. Honorable Sam. Hello.
Thank you. Hello, honorables. Sorry, I was solving the voting issue with Honorable Benny. Sorry. Honorable, was anyone talking?
I was going to ask if you could, whilst we work on this, we could discuss other matters. I'm still working it out.
Yeah. I think the tech team is ready now. I was with Benny, who were kind of solving it out. Maybe congressmen will forget per precedent. Sometimes we move on and we come back and it's like, what were we talking about? So I want, because it's kind of hot on the issue, I want us to debate it and we are done. When we are done, it's okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we can.
Okay. Benny, are you?
I think he's working on it.
Yeah. Benny, are you done? Honorable Benny. Okay, good. You can pull it down and display it again when we move the motion someone second, okay? Yeah, thank you. Good. Thank you. Honorable, so it's ready. So we are voting by majority and please vote for the option which you like us to use, okay? And majority that will carry the vote. I, Samuel Ofosudo, now would like to move the motion for us to vote on the expiration of NUGS-CHINA membership. We have three options before us: graduation, probation up to September, and visa expiration. So any seconder to this motion before we vote, please.
I, Victor Agbesi, I second the motion.
Thank you, Honorable Victor. Honorable Benny, you can go ahead, please. So please, you vote for the option which you're voting for and
Am I the only one who cannot hear again?
hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please, we can hear you. Sister Millicent, maybe you are the only one.
Oh, Millicent, I think the incoming aspirant, who come in the networking.
Result out.
Okay, we have graduation 58%, probation 37%, and visa expiration 5%. So voting by majority, we have 58% graduation. Thank you, honorables. This clause, I suggest will go under Article 5. Honorable Derek, if I'm right, it will go under Article 5, one of the clauses as a separate clause, so that it clearly defines when a member ceases to be a member of NUGS-CHINA, right?
Right. Yes.
And also, we don't even have to debate on the position, because this clearly defines that whoever comes up with any of these documents, though you've come up with any of these documents, you are deemed not to be a student because your membership ceased as soon as you graduated. Am I right?
Yes, in my own view, I think it settles that score.
Yeah. Thank you. So we can move ahead. Congress, I think we've done a great work. We can proceed. We are almost done. Honorable, let's move to so that article has been settled by the when you cease to be a student. I think under this we are done. Okay, let's go to Article 6. Okay, 32(6). 32(6) downwards. It talks about a person who disqualifies. A person shall not be disqualified to stand as an executive position, both national or chapter, if he or she has been convicted. Sorry, shall not be qualified. I'm sorry. You shall not be qualified. So a member shall not be disqualified to stand for an executive position for both national and chapter if he or she has been convicted of any crime in Ghana or elsewhere, has been declared or involved in any financial misappropriation or impropriety, is of unsound mind, has a low moral standard, has been found by any committee of inquiry to be incompetent to hold any office, and the findings has not been set aside on appeal or judicial review, or F, has once been removed from any student office. And the review is, this clause should be reviewed and amendment since everybody deserves a second chance. Honorables, what do you think? Everybody deserves a second chance. Honorables, please, let's talk. When we don't talk and time prolong, we have chats talking about time, but we sometimes delay the time. If everyone talks, we'll be able to move faster. Honorables. Honorable Clement, you can go ahead, please.
Honorable Chair, please, my hand up.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
All right, thank you, Honorable. Okay, thank you, Chair. The Chair of the House, I greet you this evening. Thank you very much for giving me such an opportunity to speak on this matter. On that note, I would say I'll go straight to the point. I think this thing should be, this review should be accepted. Why do I say this? The lifetime of a period of a student in China is that very short, and the position is being held for a year. And then if within a year, if you're able to cause such a mess or under the constitution as it has stapled over, and you are being asked to give a second chance, I know it's prudent for us to give you such a second chance, because it is the same year to which you would be given to also hold such a position again. We can't guarantee the fact that you wouldn't repeat such a mistake again, and we can't also guarantee that you would not repeat such a mistake. And therefore, I would want us to be on the safer side, not to give such a person the opportunity so he or she comes to either repeat or not to repeat it. So I would like us to maintain it as the Constitution has stipulated it. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Okay, with the absence of no hands, let's vote to either accept and reject it. Second chance. I, Samuel Ofusudenya, would like to move for us to vote to either accept this amendment or reject it. If you accept it, that means you're accepting the amendment. If you reject it, that means you are rejecting the amendment. Any seconder to this motion, please?
I, Honorable Clement, in your being of the 19th chapter, do hereby second to the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. 18. Accept and reject. If you're accepting, you accept. If you reject the amendment, you reject it. %68 reject this amendment. We proceed. Honorable, you can move downwards. The next one talks about voting, and it talks about Article 33(7). Only delegates of good standing from each province will qualify to vote. Now, the reading suggestion is this article wasn't effective for last year's voters. Thus, qualified voters should be clearly stated. List of qualified voters could be submitted within a deadline before Congress and can be rejected by EC if violated. Some clauses and sub-clauses could be added to state this amendment. I don't know whether this was submitted by the EC or the NEC. If they could give further deliberation, I think this will help the House. Very well. Because you mentioned something about last year. This article wasn't effective for last year's voters. Thus, qualified voters should be stated clearly. List of qualified voters could be submitted within a deadline before Congress and can be rejected by EC if violated. Some clauses and sub-clauses could be added to state this amendment. Okay, Honorable Derek, you can go ahead.
Yes, Honorable Sam, thank you. I think if the person that supposedly proposed this particular review amendment is in our midst, the person can come out and give us some more insight about what he exactly means, so to enable us better decide as Congress what should be done going forward. I'm struggling to understand some of the stance of the person.
Because talking from the NJC level, I think it's clear, especially what has been stated is very clear, especially when you go under the Congress article, which states who qualifies to be, who is a delegate. I think it's clear from our perspective, but if the person is here, person can help us clarify what he meant by the EC voters and qualified voters. Because qualified voters has been stated only delegates of good standing from each province, but deadline before Congress and all that I think are administrative staffs. Because we don't know what happened at Congress for last year. Okay. If I could fish this out, because the honorable member is out. Honorable Eben, please, are you here? EC chair or the vice president? Yeah, Honorable Nash, you can go ahead, please.
Hello, Chair.
Yes, please. Go ahead.
Yeah, as you rightly said, and the other member just also contributed. The best way for us to discuss on this is the person to come out clear, because I saw that he talked about EC rejecting or somebody on some issue, or last year Congress, we didn't take that well. I don't understand what he mean by that. Last year I was an EC member, and I don't know where we violated this article or whatever that he's talking about. So it will be necessary or good for the person to come out and clarify this. If not, I think we can just maintain what we had and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a little, okay, thank you, but yeah, let's move forward. We'll move on this issue, and we will not even vote on it because we don't understand to accept it or reject it, since the EC also is not privy to that. Honorable Derek, what constitutes delegates on Congress, on the floor of Congress?
Yes, well, thank you once again. I think this is very clearly indicated, and everyone on this platform knows it. I mean, we know that delegates are the 5 members that are selected from each chapter to represent the chapter during Congress. And as much as voting is concerned, I think that when it comes to this thing, chapters, it lies in the best interest of chapters to select people they think are in right standing to vote. And also, I think with delegates, apart from the 5 members, we also have the members of LOC and members of other committees, you know, like the standing committees and others forming part of delegates for Congress. So this is very clear in our constitution. And that's what I would say.
Okay. Now, honorables, let's be very emphatic about this. Delegates are people who have been selected by the various chapters. Together with our standing committees, we have the senators as part of us. Am I right, Honorable Derek?
Yes, please.
Yes.
So they are all part of, it's also a committee. The NEC is a committee in a way. Yes. And also, so NEC, Senate, the 5-member committees, the 5 members that have been selected and member committees. I think this should guide our future decision. If there is any consideration to be made, I will recommend that we make reference to our constitution. These are the delegates of Congress. Congress shouldn't take a position based on what we think that people are giving to the union, and therefore they should also be part of Congress. It's stated clearly. If an LOC member is a delegate, he or she can also have voting rights. But please, it's very clear: delegates and nothing else. Thank you. The next one is an error in wording, which we will consider. The next one is also an error in wording. Honorable, follow me to amendments. Amendments, we don't have any review there, but per our previous amendment, we changed 5 years to 3 years. If honorables can confirm, am I right? We changed the 5 years to 3 years when we're discussing Congress meeting face-to-face and online. Please, am I right? Yes, okay, yeah. So we change it to 3 years. So every year Congress will meet online, but when it is face-to-face, it's 3 years, and that 3 years we will amend the constitution because we are meeting face-to-face. Okay, honorable, we standing orders, we don't have any review there. Transitional provision interpretation. The next one is okay, honorable, let's move to standing orders. Appendix 1. Appendix 1. The review suggestion is, it is suggested that this appendix could be read before official meeting and enforced to be followed properly. Yeah, I think that is what we do almost every time. Standing orders should be read before every meeting. Am I right? Should we write that in the article? Sorry, in the Constitution, Honorable Derek? Should that be written in the Constitution? I think it's a daily practice.
Yeah, and I think, yes, it's a decision of Congress, right? If they decide that, yes, it should be incorporated in the Constitution, that prior to every meeting, we have to read out the whole appendix, the whole of Appendix 1, spelling out the modalities for the particular meetings and the gathering. I think it lies in the interest of Congress. It's a Constitution review, so what they will say is what will hold for us.
True. Okay. Honorables, we have our last review. At this one, let's talk. It's suggested that we could also add. It is suggested that this review could be read before. Actually, it's not an amendment. It's not like adding. It's like a suggestion. It is suggested that this appendix could be read before official meeting and enforced. Okay. Honorables, let's talk. Honorable Stephen says it is a suggestion, so we've heard. Yeah, Honorable, yeah. Honorable Sector, you're right. Oh, yeah. Appendix 1, down. Yeah. I don't, Honorables, do you suggest we state this in the Constitution?
No, it's not necessary.
Yeah, because this is a daily practice, which we.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. We have to still vote on it. Maybe some people think, some of our members don't talk, but voting, they vote otherwise. So let's see. Okay, Honorables, let's vote to accept or reject the appendix. Honorable, you can move down. Yeah, good. After the L, it is suggested that this appendix could be read before official meetings and enforced to be followed properly during these meetings to ensure decorum. So let's vote whether we can include this in our appendix. I think A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, that this appendix should be read before official meetings and enforced to be followed properly during these meetings to ensure decorum. Honorable, I, Samuel Fosudo, will move for us to either accept or reject this review. If you vote accept, that means that we should include this in our Constitution. If you vote reject, that means that it shouldn't be included in the Constitution. Any secondary to this motion, please?
I, Honorable Clement, obeying of the 19th chapter, do hereby.
I, Stephen Oseapia, second to the motion of God. Thank you.
2 seconds.
Thank you. Yeah. Tell team if you're ready So if you accept it, that means we are including. If you reject, that means we are not including. But we follow due process, which we've always been doing. And once we wait for this, we are done. We are officially done. Sorry, we are done with the written reviews. We have various suggestions from our elderly statesmen on this review 10. I'll put them before Congress. We also have another suggestion from the president. Put them before Congress. The president is here, will speak for himself, and we draw the curtains down on the constitutional review, and the president will give us directives on what should be done. Honorables, pardon us, we will finish everything today, and the Honorable will give us further directives on what to do. Now, whilst we wait, the first thing I would like to put before Congress, there is a suggestion for transitional team. And this transitional team will ensure that, okay, it has been rejected 67%. 67% has rejected it. This transitional team will ensure that every document or every property that belongs to the union will be given to this transitional team within a specified time. That is, NEC will be given a deadline for them to submit everything to this transitional team. And after the swearing in of the new executive, this transitional team will then submit all these documents to this new set of executives for them to take over. The importance of this transitional team is for the disclosure of all the properties or all assets of the union to this transitional team to make. Honorable Clement, your hand is up.
Yeah, Honorable Chair, I was hoping that after you are done with it, you're going to call for ideas. That is why I hand up, just in case.
Ideas?
Like suggestions on them,
He's raising his hand in advance.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So this transitional team will ensure that if all documents all the documents that belongs to NUGS-CHINA are being given to them, and the swearing in, sorry. So the importance of this transitional team is to ensure that we don't miss anything which is still in the custody of the old executives. But every bit of it, including uncompleted projects, will be disclosed to this transitional team for them to ensure that the new set of executives are privy to all the information about the union. In short, this is the idea that was communicated to me about the transitional team to put before Congress if it is eligible for us to include it in our constitution, to make it something which is binding on us as NUGS-CHINA. The floor is open for thoughts on that. Then we vote to either accept or to reject it, and what will be the functions of the transitional team. Thank you, Honorables. Honorable Clement Nanjin, you can go ahead, please.
The House delegate members, once again, I say thank you for giving me such an opportunity to speak on the matter. I would say that why the need for a transitional team is this practice being practiced elsewhere, and if so, how is it being done, and the time to which they are given and all that. With the little I know and I've learned in my leadership skills to which I have acquired during the years, I have not heard nor seen nor experienced such a transitional team being formed for the next administration. Wouldn't it be a waste of time? Well, to my best of knowledge, I would say that there is no need for such a team to be formed, because the duties of the team would also be performed by either the committees being set under the union, or the executive themselves also doing such or paying such accordance to these duties to which these committees will be tasked to do. So I don't think there will be the need for us to set an external committee or an external transitional committee for them to take charge of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. I'll take two more and we vote on this. Honorable Derek, Honorable Stephen.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I would not call it a waste of time, as my other honorable said. I think the objective for the transition team, whosoever made the proposal, has been stated with clarity that to help the new executives know everything about the union, which I think in the first place is not a bad idea. But is it going to I just want to pose some two questions to inform our deliberations. Is it going to be a standing committee? And then also, what will be the duration within which they are going to work? Okay, are they going to do that within 1 week or maybe some 3 days after the new executives have so been sworn into office or elected? We have to ask ourselves these questions to inform whatever decisions that we may want to arrive at. So that is what I would say.
Okay, Honorable Stephen.
Okay, thank you, Chair. What I wanted to say has already been mentioned, but I want to add that rather than creating, should I say, a committee or a transitional team, I think that job can be added to the work of the EC and the vetting committee, if it's possible, so that they see to the smooth transition process. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Without further ado, let's vote to either accept or to reject it. I, Samuel Ofuzulu, I would like to move the motion for us to vote to either accept or reject the suggestion for a transitional team. If you vote accept, that means you're accepting it. If you vote reject, that means you are rejecting this amendment. Please, we can proceed with the voting if tech team is ready.
I, Honorable Clement, do hereby second to the motion.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you. I even forgot. Thank you. Eddie, thank you so much.
Mr. Chair.
Hello, Benny.
Yes, sir. I wanted to say something, but I think because I can't raise my hand, so.
Okay, you can go ahead, please.
It's about the transitional team.
Oh, and we are still voting now.
Yes, I don't know where this amendment is coming from, but my view on this is that if we say transitional team, I think transitional team should be the outgoing neck. Why am I saying this? If you form a committee or any team to be the transitional team, they will still need briefing from the outgoing neck. The outgoing neck will have to tell them this ABCD is a property of NUGS-CHINA, and ABCD are ongoing projects. ABCD are finished projects. So for the outgoing neck to educate the committee on this, why can't the outgoing neck just take the incoming neck through this period of making sure that we give them everything and also let them know what the union is having and the ongoing projects. I believe we don't need to set any committee for this. this should be the job of the outgoing NEC to educate the new NEC what we have and where we've gotten to. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. But it has been even rejected. So let's proceed to the others. Okay, the others, Honorable Collins, please, are you here? Before I allow Honorable Collins, please, are you here, Honorable? I just want to be sure so that if it reaches that 10.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the second suggestion, Honorables, we are closing on the review. These are supplements which were still given to us by our Honorables elder statesmen who are following our proceedings. Honorable Collins say, if I'm a chapter executive and I've not handed over yet, can I vie for a national position?
Well, this is a dicey situation that the Constitution is silent on.
Mm-hmm.
Well, so far.
Yeah.
So far,
this is one of the significant points because I stand to be correct, I've not been an executive member, but what I was briefed on was this have been a real hindrance to many people from vying for national positions because sometimes, for example, in my chapter, elections have not been held and Congress is in session. So if that individual wants to become an executive, that means the person has to resign, right? Resignation means that the person is resigning from 1 year of intense work for the union and becoming a chapter executive, which he or she is not sure whether you get it or not. So the individual suggested that if we can make a provision for those people who maybe due to certain circumstances, they've not been able to hand over, but they still want to help the union in vying for national positions, but they've not handed over in their chapter yet. How do we cater for that? Honorables.
Well, I think it's great that this point has come up, so we can quickly chip in something to solve this issue.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Derek, NJC.
Thank you so very much, Honorables. Okay, so I have two propositions. First and foremost, could there be in the first place a practice, or maybe if we could be provided for, as we are Congress here, we can decide on that, prior to Congress or before Congress commences, all chapters should by that time have handed over. Can we try to come up with something like that? And then secondly, if that cannot be done, we can still, I think that if people have really served 1 year, and they want to take up a higher position at the national level, they shouldn't have to resign after the hard work they put in. So we can try to include a clause somewhere in the Constitution that will state that in the event where a chapter executive who will be handing over during that specific year or particular year of the Congress decides to contest for a national elections, that person can do so even when they are yet to hand over. I think that such can be done so that the hard work of people wouldn't have to, go in vain. And apart from that, it wouldn't also serve as being an impediment to people who want to climb up the ladder to serve on a higher level. So this is my stance on this issue.
Thank you, Honorable. Please, I wish we can talk on this. This is very critical. It can happen to anyone. And I know it has happened before where people have to resign from their position to climb national positions. And from my perspective, it's not really good for an individual who has served for 1 year to resign from that position because on your CV, you can't even add it. Any member who has raised his hand to this? Okay, so Honorable suggested that Honorable Derek, so in that case, you suggest the person can still go ahead, right? Even if the person hasn't handed over, right?
Yes, I made 2 propositions, and that was one of it.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, Honorable Mayor, you can go ahead.
Yes. I also think that I mean the person does not necessarily have to resign to assume or to vie for such a position, because come to think of it, around the time that he might be vying for that position, what work might he not be doing? I don't know how to put the English well. I mean, the time that he's trying to vie for that position, I think most of the time it's reasonable to resign from such positions to vie for another position. If, for instance, there's a load of work in your current position, and then you will not be available to do that, to do that work. So you will be busy, with your campaigning and all that. So then it is right for you to resign.
Okay, thank you.
And then concentrate on, your campaigning and all that. But if you bring it to our context here, what work might the person need to do in such that the person has to resign his position as maybe a chapter executive to vie for the national position? I mean, he can still do it, and it will not affect his position as the chapter executive until he hands over and then assumes. I think maybe the only time we can actually say that maybe, the only time, even that one, I don't think it has to be about resignation. It has to be that maybe when the person is appointed, for instance, as the national, for instance, as an executive for the national, then the person, before assuming office in the national, the person might have to make sure that their chapter hands over before he assumes that office. Because, for instance, you cannot be chapter president and then be national president at the same time, right? So it means that if you are appointed, you have to do everything within your power to make sure that your chapter hands over before the national handing over takes place.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable. What was actually suggested is for the national level. It's for the national level. It's mostly, according to the suggestion, mostly comes up during the national. I'll go to Honorable Mohideen, then I'll do some follow-ups to shortlist the suggestions, then we vote. Honorable Mohideen.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Actually, that particular clause, previously, there have been that particular issue of people, executive from the chapter level who contest or who intend to contest or contesting for national election deemed necessary to resign. It's often a formality that they follow. But because upon that particular resignation, national level, they always give such people certificate indicating that they have served for the period of their office. So which presupposes that that particular resignation is just a mere formality that does not affect the person's work that the person did through that particular academic year. For that matter, I see no reason why that particular clause goes against the person, because the person has worked and served for that particular period of time before contesting for the national level. If I'm wrong, I think I stand to be corrected. The former executive can testify to this. There have been instances, maybe the last Congress that we went to, that was in Nanjing before this particular COVID came in, that we are always doing e-distance. There was that particular situation where I have testified that the said person was given certificate after he or she resigned and contested for national positions. So where then lies the need for that certificate? That shows that it is just a mere formality. So that particular clause needs to be looked into so that if there is a need for us to put it into a proper context, that would be very necessary. Thank you.
Honorable Vendesh.
Okay, Mr. Chair, thank you. I want to say that, for example, the current president-elect, the president-elect is still the national WUCOM and she has not handed over. Does that mean she has to resign before contesting So I think this resignation thing should be quashed by Congress so that we can move on.
Can you come again? What did you say?
Like I said, an example, the president-elect, the national president-elect, in the person of Honorable Irene Koko, is still the national Wuko, right? She's currently the.
She is
and she has not resigned. She has not resigned. That's the point I'm making. She hasn't. Still contested. So we shouldn't be discussing about this. There's no need for the person to resign, but we can incorporate that. We can state that the person has to make sure that the chapter hands over as soon as possible. That we can do that, but for resignation, I don't think it's the right thing to do. Thank you.
No, okay, Honorables, we are not suggesting resignation. Please, let's get it clear. The practice has been that people resign at the chapter level. If I stand to be corrected, but that is the review that I got. We are not suggesting the person should resign. What we are suggesting is that what ways can we bring so that people don't resign before they come for national position? That has been the argument, because the suggestion was people resign at the chapter level in order to vie for national positions if they've not handed over. So our suggestion is not people should resign. No, we are looking for how to deal with that situation of people resigning in order to climb the national position.
Honorable Chair.
Yes, please.
So that is a very simple issue. If it happens that the person contesting is from the chapter level, it's a very simple issue that the person who, if you intend to go for national context, that national executive position, and you are at the chapter level, you have the chance and you have the intention. So you have to make sure that your chapter would have to hold election, giving you that particular maybe to pave the way for you to contest. But in this context, if the person is already a national executive, like the case of the Wukong, there's no need for her to resign. So the issue the issue we are bringing here is we can make it in such a way that those at the chapter level, they would be able to resign so that they can prepare adequately to contest for the national executive position. Whilst those at, am I making a point?
Yeah, you are making a point.
Yes.
Okay, just a little bit of information. The suggestion that has come up is national chapter to national. So yeah, chapter to national. If we can restrict our response to chapter to national, yes. And the bone of contention.
Okay.
People have to.
I got it.
Yeah,
I got it.
Before they can. Yeah. So
how? Honorable Chair, and I'm making a point that
resign, but they can still go for the national position.
Okay, my point is that, or my suggestion is that, if you are at the chapter level, as a chapter level executive, who has the intention to contest for national executive position, because normally it happens 2-3 months before national elections, you have to make sure. You have the chance to hand over earlier before contesting for the national executive position. That is the suggestion I am making.
Okay. So from your suggestion, if you've not handed over, you can't contest. Am I right?
I don't think you cannot contest. You can contest, but for purposes of you getting that particular lead way, or maybe say open grounds to be able to do your campaign effectively. If not that, because somebody can still be a chapter executive, and still the person can still go to the national level and contest, and then the person will perform well without it affecting his chapter executive position.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Honorable Mayor.
Yes, Honorables, I think that this particular issue this particular issue would not actually be an issue if, you know, we actually do it like, I mean, last year, for instance, our chapter handed over before the national election and handing over. So I think that if we actually make it in such a way that all chapters will have to vote and hand over before Congress, then there wouldn't be any need for this conversation in the first place.
Thank you.
You know, and I think that is how it should be. It should be that chapters should hand over before the national election, so that the chapter executives who want to vie for the national position can go ahead and do so without any problem.
Thank you. Let's think, I'm thinking outside of the box, not to stretch the matters. Let me use my chapter as an example, not to, honorables, forgive me for using this example, but it's not their fault. They publish, various publications have been made telling people to come for, telling people to come for positions. Up to date, we've not had the full number. So they had delays. Let me say they have delays, and they've not been able to hold election. So having a strict that all chapters should hand over before Congress, when it is not their fault to not hold election and hand over, what do we do then? Because it's not their fault. I'm a vice president. I'm a vice president of NUGS-CHINA. I want to move to the presidency of, I'm the vice president of NUGS-Beijing. I want to move to the presidency level. But we requested and no one came for position, and we didn't hand over. What should I do? Honorable Derek.
Well, thank you so much, Honorable Chair. I think in this regard, we are raising a very much difficult and delicate question or point, because I am thinking in my mind that supposing NEG with this particular Congress hadn't gotten the right people to occupy the respective portfolios, what was going to happen? Is it that we're not going to have had the Congress or the next executive body? No, it's still like it happens in almost every chapter across board. There are usually, times that people wouldn't want to contest. And I think that it lies in the best interest of the executives to do some more underground work, put in some more effort. Because once you just put the notification, this is not to say that they are not doing it. Perhaps they are doing it. They will need to put in much more effort. Okay, you need to talk to people behind this. And this is also what others do. Because if you always want to wait that, yes, I've published the notifications for people to vie for the positions and they are not coming, so we can't hand over. The question still holds. Is it that NUGS-Beijing, for instance, as you used as an illustration, are not going to have executives for the 2021-2022 academic year? It still remains questions to be asked, right? So definitely, if we put something, if we decide that the chapter level should try to hold the elections, before Congress, I think it's not a bad idea at all, because it is going to help prevent a lot of things that, we are coming up with. So something should definitely be done. There should be a sacrifice at a point. And this is my own idea, because whether or not they are not getting people also raises a lot of questions. I don't know. So other honorables can say something to that effect.
Hello, can I speak?
I will take my last two, then I will group what we. Please, 1 minute. I will take my last two, and I will group the suggestions into two. Then we take a vote on it. Okay? Yeah. Okay. Honorable Amiyah first before Honorable Selom. I saw Honorable Amiyah's hand.
Yes. I just want to add to what the Honorable just said. I feel like sometimes we don't have particular rules as to regards to the time that elections in the chapter should be held, and it is not strict. So it sort of gives a lot of room, for us to, as the other honorable said, no matter what happens, at the end, by the time the new academic year starts, there are always new executives, no matter the difficulty that the executives, the previous executives went through to get the new executives to apply, right? So it means that no matter what, they will find a way around it. But our problem right now is that there is no time constraint for that. You know, it's just open. So then I feel like it sort of gives us some luxury for us to push the thing past Congress. But if we put a time limit to it and it's supposed to be followed strictly, the chapter will find a way around it and make sure that people pick up the forms and then apply, and they do everything before Congress begins. So I feel like it is because of time, because there's no time restriction or time constraint to it. That's why it's happening the way it's happening.
Honorable sir, point of information, or let me say point of correction, there's a timeline. And Honorable Ameyal, if you remember, next sent a notice and we gave the chapters a deadline to hand over.
Honorable correction to that. What the Honorable is stating is in the Constitution, not practice.
Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah. Thank you. Honorable Solom, you'll be the last person.
Thank you. I think we just discussed an issue and voted on it that after graduation, you cease to be a member of NUGS, and you have to apply to be an honorary member, right?
Mm-hmm.
Here's the case where this is the time that almost every school had done their graduation and all that. So executives who are currently in office, some who are supposed to graduate, some of them graduated and some of them ceased to be members. So I think if we include it in the Constitution that elections should be held at this time before Congress, that will help. So that we don't have a situation where people have graduated, they are still in office, and thereby violating the Constitution. They cease to be members, but they are still in office.
Okay, thank you.
And then the other issue has to do with we chapter executives encouraging people to come for positions. It's a very difficult situation now. It's a very difficult situation. My chapter, we couldn't get an organizer. It's difficult. It's very difficult. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. I personally, this is my personal view. I don't side with executives begging people to come for positions. I don't side with that. It's just like you leading someone, those who are Christians, you leading someone to Christ when it wasn't voluntary. Sometimes you begging someone and not out of a self-will. Sometimes it doesn't really help the person to serve well, as in the person coming for it. So sometimes we should be kind of more careful with that, especially begging people come and take national position. That means he came in your name and all that. Honorables, we will vote on this one motion, because if we vote on this motion and Congress rejects it, that means we can take about another motion. We are voting that chapter elections should be held before Congress. Chapter elections should be held before Congress. I think that was what stood out in the debates. Please, am I right?
Yeah.
Please, am I right?
Yeah, you are right.
Okay. So if you vote accept, it means that we are accepting this review. If you vote reject, that means that we are rejecting this review, and it will open up for another debate for us to think about what are the options. So chapter elections should be held before Congress. I, Samuel Ofosudo, move the motion for Congress to vote to either accept or reject the motion that chapter elections should be held before Congress. If you vote accept, that means that we are accepting this review to be included in the Constitution. If you vote reject, that means that we are rejecting this review to be included in the Constitution. Any seconder to this motion, if it is well understood?
Seconded by Nash.
Thank you.
Honorable Clerk, do you hear?
Okay. Please remember, if you accept it, that means
Honorable Son, the result is ready.
Please, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
okay,
now
thank
we
you.
can hear.
Thank you, thank you. 78% of congressmen reject this. Now the last one before we move to another.
Accept or reject?
Sorry, accept. Sorry, accept this. Sorry, sorry. Sorry, honorables. Now the last one. No, before we go, when a national position is vacant because it was not contested for, congressmen and women, what do you think we do? Maybe vice president is vacant, or any other position is vacant because it wasn't contested for. These are critical issues that are coming up from our those who have served the union for some time, and they brought this up when we were going through this review process.
Honorable Chair, please, my hands are up.
Please, you can go ahead.
Thank you very much for the opportunity once again. Honorable Chair, many of the positions are not being vied for. It's vacant. For a by-election to be conducted. Thereof, hence the need for us to either have an emergency congress to enable us to vote again on the said issue. So I believe that should be looked at. We can look at it from that perspective. That organize for.
Okay, okay. If I got you well, you're talking about by-election, which should be done through emergency congress. Am I right?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Clement. Honorable, any suggestion? This one, if we give suggestions, do you think that we should include something like this in our constitution to know the way forward, or we can leave it as it is? Yeah.
Honorables, please, let's talk because of time. All these things are because of your good work during this constitutional review and people monitoring what we are doing. That is why they brought all these things, and you and I can bear witness that what they brought are crucial issues which maybe some of us didn't think about it, but they've been able to bring it up because they've served the union for some time and they believe these are crucial issues. So I believe if we give them the audience, it will help us now and in the future. What do you think we do if we have a national president position vacant or any other position vacant? Okay, Honorable Stephen Osei, Apia Nanjin.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. I want to agree with Honorable Clement's suggestion that a by-election should be run to see if we can elect somebody in place of that position, possibly. I also would have to consider an appointment. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Congress, first of all, okay. Okay. Let me remove the by-election and make it election at emergency Congress. Do we have any hands up? I really thought we could talk about this so that if we are voting, we know that this is a consent from Congress for us to vote, because the silence, sometimes being silent and we voting, and this is very critical. It involves a national issue. It involves position. So if we are silent and we are voting, sometimes it's kind of problematic because you don't know whether people are in for the suggestion or they are not in for the suggestion. Maybe people don't buy it at all. Because if I'm tempted to move a motion right now, moving according to the suggestions that has been given, but I don't know whether Congress consider it for us to even consider this review in the first place or not to consider it at all. So if we could have if we could talk about it or debate about it, then we know that it's very significant to us. But if we are silent, I'm not sure if it is really important to the House. Okay, because of the severity of this matter and that I'll kind of I'll wait on the suggestions for now. Now let's Congress vote whether this issue is even crucial for us to take a vote on it, because I don't want us to take a vote on something which Congress thinks that is not crucial, and by the time we realize people have voted, but we've not reached a conclusion. Let's vote and see if this is crucial to the House, and we go in for the suggestion. So Samuel Ofosudin, I would like to move the motion for us to vote whether considering an option for a vacant national position is significant for us to consider in our constitution. Please, I, Samuel Ofosudin, now move the motion for Congress to vote if considering an option for a vacant national position is significant for Congress to consider. Is significant for Congress to consider. If you vote yes, that means that it is significant for Congress to consider. If you vote no, that means that it is not significant. We should move on to other matters. Okay, any seconder to this motion, please.
Honorable Clement, do second.
Good. So if you vote accept, that means that it is significant for us to consider. If you vote reject, that means that we should move on. It is not significant for us to consider. Are the results out? Maybe I didn't see it.
No, I haven't seen them either. Oh.
Okay, so Congress has voted that this issue is significant. Please, can we then talk? Because 60% agrees that it's significant and it should be considered. So what should we do, Congress? Because this one, I can't refer this case to the NJC and another committee to think about this. Honorable Derek, NJC can deal with this. I don't think so.
No, I think this lies within the jurisdiction of Congress to decide.
Yeah. Honorable Stephen, I'll say Nanjing. Sorry, Honorable Stephen, I'll say you can go ahead. I think Shanghai, I'm sorry.
Yeah, hello, Chair.
Yes.
Okay. Well, for my suggestion, at the chapter levels, we have some of these situations where, in the case of Nanjing, you do not have the observer. I'm sorry, the Women's Commissioner. Yes, and in that case, we have other officers making up for that lapse. But then I know at the national level, it is very sensitive and every office is very key and very much important. So I still stand by the suggestion that we conduct special elections for such offices or by appointment. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So we have 3 people now. Okay, for the special Congress. So special Congress or emergency Congress will be convened. That is if even after the executive have issued various notices, we are not still getting people to stand for the position. So that is that. But the emergency Congress is right now when after Congress, we still think it's wise that we have to still open nominations. So we have emergency Congress, fine. Now this is what we have to think about. If we have the emergency Congress, that we are going to appoint someone or we are going to elect. In case we still don't get someone, that means it is going to be by appointment, right? If I'm right, in case we still, after the emergency Congress, we still don't get someone, it's going to be by appointment. So appointment, what do we suggest? How do we appoint someone? Because we all know the type of union we live by. If someone will say, okay, Senate at that time will appoint some, who petitions, like I say, Otoda Dulimbanyom, you see, in some cases, meanwhile, they didn't come. So how would the appointment be made so that it will be fair to everyone? Because we all know, we all know, people will not vie for position, but who see a young one, a honor pen paper can petitions. How do we appoint? Honorable Clement Nanjin.
Honorable Chair, I think we can still go by the same rules and then regulation that governs the initial electoral proceedings. I think the person has to go through scrutiny by, if the person is being approached that he or she should be given the nod, the person would have to submit the CV and the necessary document. It will be taken to Senate for it to be looked at, and then the person will go through a bit of a vetting routine so that it will be a bit scrutinized in a way. Then after, the necessary procedure could also be taken. Thank you.
Yeah, please, can you be specific? Necessary after going through vetting, which necessary procedures again, if you can be very specific?
Okay, so when the person is appointed and it goes through his document goes through scrutiny, I would suggest that NEC or Senate would actually take a vote on it. Do we accept him or do we reject him? So that's the necessary precedent to which I was talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. So my follow-up question, just the last one, who appoints him then? Honorable Clement, who appoints him then? If he has to go through even Senate voting on him or NEC, who appoints him?
So once it is by appointment, I believe the executives would take in charge of that, or should take in charge of that. Let me put it that way.
So the NEC will appoint someone, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so next appoint someone and make the person available to Senate, not Senate, right? So all the accoutrements will go through will go into the hands of Senate. Thank you. Honorable Ben Bako.
Praise the Lord.
Honorable Ben Bako.
Thank you, honorable leaders. Thank you. I think there was an issue. I just want to bring an issue that happened, I think, 2015-16, when the then president, Mr. Kingsley, was removed from office because of financial issues, right? And that at that time we had no president and there was no vice. So per the constitution, what we had to do is the automatic leader was supposed to be, the acting leader was supposed to be the Secretary General at that time. Okay. And then after Senate had to convene to elect someone from the Senate to represent the president, to act as an acting president. So that is the formality that we followed at that time. So talking about this issue, someone applying, I think before anyone comes in willingly, my suggestion, please, is the Senate themselves, because even NEC members are still Senate members, right? So, and then after Congress, right, the next decision-making body is Senate. So the Senate can convene, look through within their leadership, and then a decision can be made to elect one of their senior members or one member whom they see fit to represent them as the acting president, while the necessary procedures are being done by EC and other aspects to get an elected leader. So that is what happened during that time that we had an acting president.
So we had two. Before Senate made a decision, the first one was the Secretary General was acting. Then an election was done by Senate before an acting president came in from the Senate. So that is what I wanted to share with all of you and see if that also can be useful in your deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Honorable Member, for just a follow-up, in your case, Congress didn't have an emergency, we didn't, there wasn't any emergency Congress, am I right?
There wasn't any emergency Congress because calling Congress would take a lot of time. And then the senators are the one that represent the whole student body, right, from their own provinces, right? So they also make a very big decision in terms of the Senate. So Senate should be that is why it should really be vibrant and hot to make very salient decisions. So that is where I would say that can also, because they have been, as a senator, from my perspective, please judge me from my perspective, is that you lead a lot of people, a province, different chapter leaders, right? And as a president, you're going to lead so many people, right? People will argue, all right, but it also falls within the same way. And then, because as a president, you also go to Senate to argue a case and some other aspects. So you have to still be a senator, not someone new who's going to go into it in that way. So from that point of view, there can be a situation where office will still continue because procedures are already being done. They already follow the procedures already. They know how it is, and it's going to be easier whilst you get a substantive president. So that is what I want to add to you so that you can make your own decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Congress is before us. Honorable Ameyao. Is it Honorable Stephen? That your hand is up. Please, if your hand is up, you can go ahead. Hello. Okay, I think the person put their hands down. Honorable Bafo, so the acting president acted throughout until new or fresh executives were elected, right? Honorable Bafo, please, can you hear me?
Hello? Are you calling me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Are you calling me?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
The question.
The honorable acted throughout until fresh elections were conducted by the next Congress, right? At the next Congress.
Yes. So he acted throughout till a new president was elected at the next Congress. And that was when we did the constitutional review too in Beijing.
Okay, thank you. Honorables, thank you, Honorable Member. Honorables, we have it before us. Now, the first suggestion is Congress will convene and fresh elections will be made. If we still don't get someone, appointments will be made by the NEC, made available to Senate for Senate to do the due process. Now, the second suggestion has been given to us by Honorable Member where the senators will elect someone amongst them to fill the vacant position, or some people among them to fill the vacant positions and await election for the next year or the next period. If we can go, I don't know if we have any hands up. We can vote on these two options as we did for the expiration, and we can see which one of them Congress really agrees on. Do we have anyone talking? Anyone whose hands is up?
Please, can I see clarification?
Yes, please.
So in this instance where we don't have the president even from the beginning, does it mean that the secretary General is going to be acting from day one before they form Senate, and Senate to have to appoint somebody before the other processes are undertaken. I just want to be clear, because the previous instance, the Senate was already constituted, so it was clear. But in this case, where from the beginning we don't have a president, how do we go about this?
Okay. Yeah, it's up to Congress to decide if the General Secretary is acting. That is, Honorable Salom, you are assuming in case the presidency position is vacant, right?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So
I think Honorable Bembako wants to speak.
yeah, Honorable Member, we can go ahead. I don't know if the old hand or the new hand. Honorable Member, please, do you still want to speak? I can see your hand raised. Maybe it's the old hand. If it's a vacant seat, then I think the secretary will act from day one until we vote for, until we go for an option which Congress is here to vote for, whether it's an emergency Congress or Senate to appoint. Yeah, that's the best answer I can give for now. I don't know if there's anything.
Honorable Chair.
Yes, please.
Please, if I may, let's refer ourselves to the Constitution, to which is under review again. Under Article 25, Clause 4. Under Article 25, Clause 4, there is a statement over there.
Yeah. Which talks about the Judicial Committee Chair acting. Now, that article talks about en bloc resignation of the NEC. You said that the chairperson of the Judicial Committee shall act as the national president in the case of an en bloc resignation of the NEC. So I think it's different from what we're discussing right now. This is when
Okay, Honorable, thank you for the clarification.
You're welcome. Okay, honorables. Now let's take a vote and see the way forward of this. We have two options. The first one is that we are conveying, that is, Congress will have emergency meeting or Congress to elect, and in the absence of that, if no member is still found, appointment will be made by the NEC to Senate for Senate to decide on the person. Now, the next suggestion is what has been given by Honorable Bembafo concerning precedents that Senate had elections and elected someone amongst them who they believe can act or serve the purpose or serve the position for which serve the purpose for which the vacant position. So let's vote. The first one is emergency Congress. Stroke appointment, in order to keep it short. Then the next one is Senate election. Senate election. Senate electing an acting executive. Please, the first one is emergency Congress stroke appointment. Emergency Congress, that is, we have emergency Congress to elect an individual. The stroke appointment means that if we don't find anyone, there will be an appointment by NEC to Senate, right, to decide on the person. So that is the first option before us. The second option before us is, sorry, Honorable, Senate electing an acting executive amongst them, as we have the precedence for that. Please, is it clear? Is it clear, Honorables?
Please, I think you should repeat so that.
Okay. The first one, as per the debate, is emergency Congress stroke appointment. Emergency Congress stroke appointment. Emergency can also be extraordinary Congress. So extraordinary Congress stroke appointment. The extraordinary Congress is when we want to converge again to open nominations for people to vie for that position. Stroke appointment means that in case we open nomination and people don't vie, appointments will be made by the NEC to the Senate. Okay, so appointments will be made by NEC. Senate will hold their vetting, and Senate will also agree on the person by voting to accept or reject the decision or the appointment by NEC. That is the first option. The second option is what Honorable Bembafo told us right now, that Senate will look through them themselves and elect an individual to be an acting executive, acting president, vice president, financial secretary, or any other position that is vacant. Senate will look within themselves and elect an individual to be acting until next Congress when formal elections are being done. Please, is it clear?
Yes, please. I think it is.
Good. Okay. Honorable Benny, so in this voting, we have number one is extraordinary Congress stroke appointment. Then number two is Senate electing an acting executive. Honorable Benny, please, did you get it? Honorable Benny. Honorable Benny. Madana. Please, Honorables, 1 minute. Yeah, maybe. Let me contact him. And please, Honorables, 1 minute. Okay, tech team, please, any rep from tech team, I don't know, the one in charge today. Tech team, please, are you here? Hello, tech team. Okay, it's all right. Honorable Colin, say, please, are you here?
Hello.
Yeah, please, can you contact Honorable Benny to come on board? And because we are not hearing from any of them. I understand we are tired, but let's finish this today. Myself, it's left with only one thing, then we are done. Please, have you been able to get in contact with him?
I think Salam will try to set it up. Salam is the host, so he should be able to set it up.
Okay. Honorable Salam, please, are you able to do it?
Maybe we need to reiterate the question.
Honorable Sam.
Yes, please.
Please, can you help me with the options again?
Okay, 1 minute. Honorable Salom.
Yes.
Yeah. I think Benny is ready with it. Yeah, maybe. Okay. Yeah, so maybe you can contact him and
okay.
I was with him and Honorable, sorry for the hiccups. We'll finish very soon. Okay, Honorable, so we can start voting. Extraordinary Congress stroke appointment, Senate electing and acting executive. or executives. So it can be, yeah. So please, you can start voting on which option you think is appropriate. Honorable Collins, say, please, you get ready. Then hey, 50-50. Okay. Honorables, we are 50-50 vote. What do we do? Okay. My chairman. Okay, I see a hand up. Honorable Stephen, you can go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. From what I'm thinking that, well, in the case of the Senate having to appoint somebody as an acting executive, it means the person is not a substantive executive. So it means that whatever be the case, there will still be an election afterwards. So I think we can find a way to merge the two together, since already NEC is part of Senate. Let's find a way to merge the two together so that we can have all the cases in one. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, thank you. According to what we heard, the person that will be elected by Senate will be acting throughout, so the next Congress. So though the person is acting, it's like more or less like a substantive executive to the end of the academic year, because Congress, because Congress is not going to converge again to elect an individual. So that was the meaning of the second suggestion. Yeah, that was the meaning of the second suggestion. So because the Honorable mentioned it's going to take a long process for we to go through extraordinary Congress conversion. Maybe at that time, Senate hasn't even formed. Senate hasn't been formed, yeah, for us to even go through that process of having people as delegates and all that. So maybe honorable members can also think around that area to see if our decision, let's see if extraordinary Congress has to be converged, the process that it has to go through for that to be converged, and whether at that time various bodies of the union has been formed. And we want to avoid a situation where we have vacant positions also. If it is if it's the president and the secretary is acting, how long will he or she combine the work of the secretary general with the president? Maybe we can also consider that. And we can also think about if the person has to be appointed, that process. Yeah, and also let's think about if a Senate has to elect an individual, the validity of that person to occupy that position, which of course, Senate to the best of my understanding will definitely do justice to that. But let's think again about these two options in terms of process and in terms of getting the right people into the right position to help the union. And let's take a second vote if people's options will change. Okay, so we can think around that area, even as so that we don't seek to replace an executive that is taking like 6 months for us to do that, because we have to form all the appropriate bodies before an extraordinary Congress can converge. Because let's remember that Congress is made up of different people or different bodies. It is not as simple as maybe it might look as in an extraordinary Congress. Okay, that being said, let's take a second vote to see if people's decision would change for us to arrive at a valid conclusion. The first one, we had 50-50. Honorable tech team. So I Samuel Ofosudo, no, pull it down. Let me move and it to be seconded, and let's see. I Samuel Ofosudo now will move the motion for Congress to vote a second time on the decision of a national vacant position to either go by extraordinary Congress stroke appointment or Senate electing an executive member or an acting executive or executives. Any seconder to this motion, please?
I
Thank you, Honorable Christabel, for seconding. Tech team, you can go ahead. I don't know, Honorable Selom, sorry. I think there are some things displayed on your screen. Maybe you can close other windows on the PDF. Yeah, good. Thank you. Okay, after a second vote, 54% agrees that the Senate can go. Hello. I'm having feedback. Okay. 54% agrees that Senate can go ahead and elect an acting executive or executives in that respect. The NJC together will find what to do with this, and we'll find appropriate place to put it in terms of clause in order to save time. But if the secretary is here, you can note this down so that in our minutes or in our suggestions, list of suggestions, we can know exactly this. I'll let Honorable say talk before we move to the next one. But Honorable Colin, say please, are you here?
Hello.
Okay, good. You can let Congress know the suggestion you brought up. Yeah.
Okay. So thank you very much. So this is in relation to the Global Union of Ghanaian Scholars. That is the student body in the diaspora, representing the student body in the diaspora that we had a discussion on last week, Thursday, that we were made known that NUGS-CHINA is a founding member of the Global Union of Ghanaian Scholars. And for that matter, we ought to take the necessary steps to make it part of our activities. The Global Union of Ghanaian Scholars was founded in the year 2018, and it was founded by, as at that time, it was founded by 9 students' bodies, with NUGS-CHINA inclusive. So the 9 students' bodies were the NUGSA UK, as the National Union of Ghanaian Students Association, United Kingdom, the National Union of Ghana Students Russia, National Union of Ghana Students Ukraine, and National Union of Ghana Students China, and the National Union of Ghana Students Cuba, NUGS Cuba, Association of Ghanaian Students in Algeria, the National Union of Ghana Student Association Germany, NUGSA Germany, National Union of Ghana Student Association Scotland, and the Ghanaian Student Association Morocco, GASM. So these were the founding fathers of the Global Union of Ghanaian Scholars. So as part of the activities that led to the formation of the Global Union of Ghanaian Scholars, we were made to understand that Congress agreed on, in the 2018 Congress, it was agreed and signed by NUGS-CHINA to be a founding member of Global Union of Ghanaian Scholars. So it's just, we deem it fit that if this is the situation, then we may have to formally let the union, let it be part of our activities so that it is formally understood that, yes, Global NUGS-CHINA is a founding member of GUCS. So for it to be part of our activities, we have a section that is going to define our operations with GUCS. So I'm going to read just some basic things that we could add to our constitution so that it forms part of our activities that defines our operations as a founding member.
Okay, Honorable Collins, say, if possible, if you can share that document on the screen so that honorables will be privy to the document and also have their reflections on it. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so I'll try and raise my hand so that you can make me a co-host so that I can share. I think my hand is up. Okay. So this is a quick one. So these are articles that we could add to our constitution that would define how we operate at GUCS. So as it stands now, from 2018, we've always had the president representing at GUCS, and then there are always deliberations about student affairs, student welfare, and how we can champion the student welfare. So from 2018 till now, we've been part of GUCS, and then we have deliberations over there. But basically, this is the requirements that we need to fulfill. So one, the NEC shall represent NUGS-CHINA at the Global Assembly of GUCS. So that is the full NEC from the president to the Women's Commission. They are going to represent at GUCS Global Assembly. GUCS has a Global Assembly where they meet to discuss, have deliberations about student welfare. And then the second point is NEC shall update on the state of the union's membership, welfare, well-being, development, and events at the Global Assembly meeting held every 2 calendar months. So every 2 months, there are meetings where we update each other. So NUGS-CHINA updates the other student bodies on the state, the well-being of Ghanaian students in China, what is happening in China, and all the events that is happening in China. So we get to invite other student body from the other parts of the diaspora. And then the third point is NEC shall communicate updates from the Global Assembly to members of NUGS-CHINA when necessary. So whenever there is discussions at GUGS, NEC is supposed to communicate it to the members, since NUGS-CHINA is a founding member. So NEC just communicates to members when it's necessary. So for instance, there is an activity by NUGS Russia, and NUGS Russia would want to invite NUGS-CHINA. NEC can communicate to NUGS-CHINA so that those who would want to participate can participate. If there is a need for us to take any suggestions or any notice, NEC can also communicate to NUGS-CHINA members. And then 4, any decisions to be communicated by NEC at a Global Assembly meeting shall first be communicated and accepted by the National Senate or Congress before being communicated at the Global Assembly. So with this point, for instance, there is a decision that NUGS-CHINA has to take. That decision first has to be communicated to the National Senate. So Senate has to agree that, okay, this has to be the response from NUGS-CHINA to GUGS. So once Senate agrees, that is when NEC can communicate that response. NEC cannot take any decision on behalf of the union. So whatever decision that has to be taken by NUGS-CHINA, it has to be communicated by Senate or has to be agreed upon by Congress before it can be communicated at GUGS. And then the 5th one is NEC may invite GUGS to join in the activities of NUGS-CHINA where appropriate. So if we are holding a program and we deem it fit to invite the GUGS, we can also do that. And the 6th point is that NEC shall invite members of NUGS-CHINA to join in the activities of GUGS at the international level. So if there's any program at the international level organized by GUGS, NEC can invite the members of NUGS-CHINA to participate in it. So these are the basic articles that we can consider to be part of our constitution to define our relations with GUGS. Thank you. So this is up for deliberation, and once we agree, it can be added to our constitution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Colin. Say, just a follow-up before our members, Congress will ask you certain questions. Any decisions to be communicated by NEC at the Global Assembly meeting shall be first communicated and accepted by the National Senate or Congress before being communicated at the Global Assembly. When you go for the the Global Assembly meeting, and they are to take a decision which should be taken there, does it mean that the NEC will revert back to Senate whether they should take a decision? Then after that, the same time, they will go back to the meeting to take a decision? And a little bit clarification on that. What is the definition for the decision here? What comprises this decision?
Okay, so let's assume the decision to be taken there is an extraordinary decision. That means it will require the Senate to be in agreement. So let's say basically what happens at GUGS is that we meet to give updates and then to see how best we can help one another, learn from each other, learn from other student body, and see how best we can champion a common goal. So for instance, there is a suggestion that, okay, so far we haven't met any suggestion like that, but let's assume there is a suggestion that, okay, all NUGS-CHINA members, I'm trying to find out a situation where we can have a suggestion that would require Senate to be involved. Okay, so let's assume there is a suggestion that, okay, we're trying to support. There is a support request that, okay, NUGS-CHINA should contribute some amount to help in something. So that request cannot be taken by NEC. So that request has to be communicated by, has to be agreed by Senate or has to be agreed by Congress before NEC can take that decision. So any other decision that does not affect the major operations of NUGS-CHINA, those ones can be taken. But any decisions that is going to affect the major operations of NUGS-CHINA has to be first communicated to the Senate for Senate to take a decision on it, or for Congress to take a decision on it.
Okay, thanks for the clarification. Honorable members. Okay, Honorable Derek.
Yes, please. Thank you for the opportunity. I want to ask the Honorable President a question. For the avoidance of doubt or any future mishaps concerning the interpretation of clause 5, which says that the NEC may invite books to join the activities of NUGS-CHINA where appropriate. I want to ask, is there any predetermined benchmark against which we can assess which program is deemed appropriate to warrant the invitation of books, or what have you thought about this? Because, you know, when we state these things, it's much easier, but if there could be more clarity and others to avoid future interpretations and arguments, I think it would be okay. So I don't know if there could be anything to be said to that effect.
Okay, so with the activities, normally what we hold, activities that we hold, like say our programs and all that, we have the opportunity to invite groups to be part of it. So that is up to us. If we would want to get groups involved, we want to, it's just like extending invitation to other bodies formally. But this time around, if we are able to extend invitation, it's kind of like becomes very necessary for them to participate. So once we are able to do that, then it becomes very easy for them to participate. But if we don't do that, then that is our program. So basically, it's kind of like program invitation, extending invitation for them to also participate. And it's some form of like we getting to learn from each other. I get to learn what is happening in Russia. I get to learn about the activities. And if it is good for me to apply it in China, I could also pick it up and apply it. So there are times that NUGS-CHINA is embarking on a particular activity, and then NUGS Russia would want to also pick it up and also, okay, we can also do same. So it's like we get to share activities, get to know how activities are done and all that, and then we share.
Okay, thank you. Please, Honorable Chair, quick follow-up. I think the explanations are well detailed and they are good in themselves. With the current state of this clause, I feel that I suggest it could be modified so that the decision to invite will be based on NEC rather than, because right now, as I see the appropriate there, it speaks to me as though it reflects more on the activity. So I was thinking that we could just have a modification to be that maybe NEC may invite groups to join the activities of NUGS-CHINA where it deems fit, right? Or it deems appropriate, so that now we take the appropriateness to be on NEC rather than on the activity. I don't know if because to avoid future interpretations of the Constitution and all that, I don't know if I'm clear enough.
Okay, I get it. That's fine. That's fine. I think that's fine where it deems appropriate. That's not a bad suggestion.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Derek. I don't know if any Honorable has something to say about what has been given to us before we move to other matters, but Honorable Collins say, this is Ghana Union of Global scholars, right?
Yes.
Do they also have a constitution?
Okay, so the constitution is almost done. We are at the latter part of the review. The student body came together in 2018, so the students' bodies were tasked, the team was tasked to come up with a constitution, and the team is finalizing on the constitution. Last night, for instance, we had a meeting still finalizing on the constitution.
Okay. Have they recognized as, you said NUGS-CHINA officially formed that, right? I don't know what you said actually.
Yes.
Have they recognized NUGS-CHINA as such in their constitution?
Yes, they have. So
Okay.
yeah. So as I have stated, they are still so this is just this is a part of their constitution which is still under review. It was agreed in the 2018 to form what we have today as the Global Union of the National Scholars. So these are the founding association, and this is NUGS-CHINA.
Okay.
Yes. So this is their constitution. Yeah.
Okay, because I wanted to be sure that in as much as we are giving recognition of that in our constitution, we also have equivalent recognition in the union as such, so that we don't do something which we are not sure about. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Honorable members, please still display, maybe one or two members would like to still make reference for that to see its significance in our constitution, then we take a vote. Honorables, we've heard from the president, the document is before us, various explanations have been made, questions asked, answers given. Do we want to include this? They've really designed it well, even showed us the chapter and the article with the clauses. They've done a great work. I wish we could have more examples of this so that the NGC could rest. But yeah, do we vote to accept this or reject this from our constitution? It has been explained, everything has been explained. If you vote accept, that means that we should accept this as Article 43 or what has been said. But let me even forget about the Article 43 and the chapter. Let's think about the whole thing about this article. Do we accept it into our constitution or we reject it? So I, Samuel Ofosudu, move the motion for Congress to vote either to accept the suggested review from our president or to reject it. Please, if you vote accept, that means you are accepting this amendment or this review. If you vote reject, that means you are rejecting it from our constitution. Any seconder to this motion, if it is well understood, please. Any seconder, please. Can I be heard?
I, Clement Obendu, hereby second to the motion.
Thank you, Honorable Clement. Whilst we vote in Honorable Sector, okay, Honorable Koninse, thank you so much. Honorable Sector, okay, Honorables have voted yes. Honorable, thank you. So 93% accept. Honorable Sector, let's move straight to this article. That will be our last part one, and we close for the day. on the review, and the presiding member will. Honorable Secretary mentioned concerning Women's Commission. I've not forgotten about this. Honorable Secretary, please, are you there? Sorry, Honorable Salom, sorry, Salom. Honorables, whilst he's doing that, because of
I'm
time,
here. What?
Yeah, please move to Article Women's Commissioner, Article 17, Article 17, Clause 6. Okay, please, all NJC members, both new and old, and everyone, please, let's solve this once and for all. When you look at Article 17 very well, it talks about the responsibilities of various offices or officers. But when it gets to the Women's Commission, it states that there shall be a Women's Commission headed by the Women's Commissioner, who shall, and the suggested review was that why does it have a preamble not really stating that maybe the Women's Commissioner shall be in charge of this and that and that and that. And there was a whole debate about there shall be a Women's Commission headed by a Women's Commissioner. So the debate was about why does it give that preamble about Women's Commission headed by a Women's Commissioner, not rather going ahead to state the responsibilities of that office rather than giving a preamble. And there was also a question as to whether that is a preamble or should be A, as in 6A, or it should just be a preamble and the B will rather be A and not B. So we have, there shall be a Women's Commission headed by a Women's Commissioner, who shall, that is in A, who shall be responsible. So we have two suggestions here. Why Women's Commission headed by Women's Commissioner? Why not go straight away to other offices? Yeah, so that was the suggestion that was given. So if we can think about it, yeah. Okay, please, have we thought about it, honorables? Let's be quick on this, okay? Let's be quick on this. Because all the other articles suggest women, like it goes straight to the point, but when it goes to the Women's Commission, it talks about, instead of a woman commissioner, as the portfolio has been stated in Article 16, it talks about a women's commission. And it says that there shall be a women's commission which shall be headed by the Women's Commissioner. And you can see the numbering. What do we think? Let me see if hands are already up. No. Honorable Derek, NJC, what do you think about this, please?
Okay, well, first and foremost, I think the person that suggested this review actually made a valid point. However, I cannot say with exactitude the reason why the drafters of the Constitution actually stated things in this manner. That notwithstanding, if we really want to go according to how all the other portfolios were listed and enshrined in this Constitution, I think that we can revise this, perhaps responsibilities as has been done for the other portfolios. So that's what I think.
Okay. So that means that we can just write Women's Commissioner and write the Women's Commissioner shall be responsible for all females issues and reviewing
Exactly.
it to reject the Women's Commission because it's not clear as to the commission and the
Because
commissioner.
up there it has already stated that, it has already stated the structure or the organogram of the NEC, and there it's included that there will be a women's commission. So I don't know why they restated that.
Yeah, I think that point is valid. Okay. Congress. Let's vote on this, okay? Whether we have to take away the commission and go according to the order of the portfolios, which has been stated in our constitution. So I, Samuel Ofosudin, I would like to move the motion for Congress to vote either to either accept or reject that the Women's Commissioner should likewise follow the order of all other portfolios. Please, let's listen to it again. I would like to move the motion for us to vote to accept or reject whether the article of the Women's Commissioner should follow likewise the other articles of the other portfolios. If you accept, that means that the Women's Commissioner is going to follow all the other portfolios. If you reject, that means that it should be as it is and not be touched. Okay, if it is well understood, do we have any seconder to this motion?
I, Honorable Clarence, do hereby second to the above motion.
Thank you, Honorable. So if you vote accept, it means that we are changing it to follow the other portfolios. If you vote reject, then we move to the last one and we bring the review to an end. Thank you, Honorables, for your patience. I agree, we are tired. I agree, it's 12 o'clock right now. Some would have to talk to their boyfriends and girlfriends, wives and husbands. Some also will have to sleep, like some of us who are highly single.
Always campaigning. Now, wow. I think we should look for a woman for you.
Please,
you're doing a great job.
No, my NJC chair is here, so.
Sam, I thought you had a mother in China.
Clement, can you say make a phone actually when you may be when in China have you move?
Hello.
Yes, please.
Pacho, yeah, Poana.
Okay, 76% agrees that it should be amended to follow the other portfolio. So NJC members will take care of that. Let us allow them to take care of that. The last thing is we have a suggestion before us. If there is a conflict between NEC members, it has been suggested that we have a provision for that in our constitution. I don't really know whether to call it a conflict resolution something, but if there is an issue between NEC members, what do we do? This was a suggestion I received, that we should make provision for that. For example, if the president and the vice president are fighting, they say it is the grass that suffers, and right now the grass will be NUGS-CHINA. So congressmen and women, this is very snappy. Let's be quick on it. What do we do?
Honorable Chair, my hands have been
Yes,
up, if I may.
you can go ahead, please.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I don't think we need to, agree with this review suggestion, simply because they are here to work for the union, and if they can't come to they can't come together in agreement to work in the direction in the interest of the union, then I don't think they have a business to be there in the first place. Sorry to use such harsh words, but that is the hard truth. If there is a disagreement, and they would have to channel it to the right office, through the NJC's office, through Senate, for it to be resolved for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I've also seen other comments. Invite elder statesmen to help in the issue. Okay. If there is an issue at NEC, any one of them can address it to the NGC for clarification and also resolution if possible. We already so I have certain issues which we have been brought to NGC sometimes from executive members and all that for clarifications and all that. But this is when we have emergency issues. But Congress, if I have one or two more suggestions, maybe we can close on this issue. What do we do? Honorable, let me okay, I see a couple of hands. Good. Clement has spoken. Let me go to Samuel Wuhan. Today I've not heard his voice. Honorable Samuel.
Yes. Good evening, Honorable Chairman, and good evening, honorable members.
Actually, it's a good morning.
Oh, good morning. Yes, so this is a very important subject. I'm sure based on some hindsight, or probably because of some occurrences that might have happened over the years in the union. These things exist. But I believe that Senate, if it is to exist, needs to have the capacity to handle some of these things. I don't believe that NJC, outside the scope of clarification for constitutional provisions, needs to be looking at conflict resolution. If the matters do not have to do with constitutional provisions or duties and rules, but if the matters are outside the scope of the NJC, then I think that Senate needs to have the capacity to address these things, and Senate should have the capacity to provide directives to NEC as to how some things need to be done, because after Congress, Senate is the highest representation of all the members that we have in the union. So they need to have a final say when it comes to some of these things. That is my opinion on this matter.
Okay, thank you, Honorable. Honorable Thompson, VP elect.
All right, thank you very much, Honorable Sam. I believe, and I second to what Honorable Clement said, this don't have to be something constitutional. If NEC has problem, that is why they stood for this position, and we trusted them with our power. They should have that capacity to resolve it. However, if it is out of hands, I believe the best people to help them is the elder statesmen to be specific, those who have heard that position before, to come together and assist in that. But I don't believe it should be something constitutional. This is something about leadership and conflict resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you for that. Okay, so I don't know whether we should really vote on this. Let's take a vote. Let's take a vote because of what our constitution says. Let's take a vote on this. I, Samuel Ofosudina, will move the motion for Congress to vote if we should have a conflict resolution, let me say, committee instituted in our constitution to deal with issues of NEC or disputes between NEC members. If you vote accept, that means that you accept this amendment. If you vote reject, that means that you reject this amendment. Yeah. Please, if it is well understood, someone can second to the motion.
Seconded, Nash.
Thank you.
I, Honorable Clement, do hereby second to the motion.
Thank you, Honorable. Okay, Honorable, after we vote, I will leave the floor for the presiding member to make the necessary announcement. When the announcement is made, then I'll give my final submission to Congress. Thank you. Not final amendment, it's just a closing something. Yeah. But so far we are done with all the amendment that was brought before Congress.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Sam NJC.
Yeah, please, let's wait for the results before. I'm not done yet.
Okay, but we are done. I think SG is around. She'll just take over and then the president, and then you come in again. Okay.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, 53 members reject the amendment and 53% rejected and 46% accepted. So thank you, Honorable. The Conflict Resolution Committee has been rejected. Has been rejected by the Honorable. So Honorable SG, over to you and the presiding member.
Hello.
Yes, please. Can I be heard?
Okay. Yes, you
Yeah.
can be heard.
Okay.
Okay, so if the president is around, he can just talk first. So Honorable Collins, please, you have the floor.
Okay, so thank you very much once again. This will be a quick one, a quick notice. We have, due to some circumstances beyond control, one of the newly NGC members has to resign from his current role, and we may have to get a replacement for this position. So this is being brought before Congress for us to reopen nominations for any persons to apply to join the NJC. Currently, we have 4 members for the new NJC, and I think it's deemed necessary for us to have a 5-member committee for decision-making purposes. So on this note, we would like to inform Congress that we would want to open nominations for any member to also apply and then join the committee before Congress is finally adjourned. So Congress, what's your view on this? Should we open the nominations? Once Congress accepts to open nomination, the nomination will just be opened right away this morning, so that whoever applies, the person will be brought before Congress for final acceptance. So Congress, do we accept this proposition?
Honorable President, please, can you be clear? My network was a bit shady, so I didn't hear what.
Please, you
Okay.
need the tech team to make a poll on that for you? Or
Yes, the tech team will come up with a poll.
okay.
So before, okay, let me just clarify it. So, Honorable Clement.
Please make it simple so that they can write it.
Okay, so Honorable Clement, the issue we have at hand now is that we have a resignation from one of the newly constituted NJC member, and due to circumstances beyond control. So on this note, we are proposing to Congress that we may have to open up for nomination. We may have to open up for a new member to apply, since right now we have just 4 members in the new NJC. It wouldn't be helpful when it comes to decision making, because 4 would lead to an even decision. So it's very necessary that we have an odd number for the NJC. So on this note, it's before Congress, for Congress to decide whether to open nomination for any member to apply, and then the person is brought to Congress for final acceptance, or we take another decision. So Congress, right now, we are proposing that we open nomination for any member to apply, and then once we have some application, we bring the application to Congress for final acceptance, for final decision on the application. So on this note, I'll just put it before Congress. Do we accept to open nomination for a new member to apply to the NJC for final approval or not? So we can just make it very quick. Tech team can just give us a poll for us to accept or reject this proposal of opening up nomination for the new NJC member to apply. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable President. Please, Sam, you have your hand up. You can go ahead.
Yeah. I don't. Okay, Honorable Chair. The Judicial Committee needs 5 members, as you mentioned, for the sake of decision making, where they have to make a vote on some of the decisions as we have in our system. So if we vote and Congress say no, we are not opening nominations, does it mean that they are going to be for? Because it's going to really affect their decisions if they have a crucial issue and they are not reaching a consensus, and they need one person to be the odd person to write their verdict. So if Congress said no, that means that they are going to be for, and it is really going to affect their work. So I don't know, with this voting system, if Congress
Okay,
say
so
no,
basically, if Congress votes no, then it means Congress would have to come up with ways to fill up this vacant position. So probably to make things easier, maybe we just have to.
It's the same way of opening nominations, right? Yeah.
Yeah, Congress has to decide.
Yeah, they have to come up with a new method. That is the same as opening nominations, because unless, of course, Congress wants to appoint a member to fill the vacant position. But apart from that, I think they will still have to go through the old system of allowing people or members to apply. Yeah.
Okay, Honorable Sam, please let's listen to Honorable Amayao, then we take a vote on that.
Yeah, I think that some of these things do not need voting on, because it's a position that needs to be filled. So, I mean, it should not be up to Congress to decide whether to open it or not, because either way, there has to be someone who comes in to fill in the position. So I think like we should just go ahead and do the needful. It's not something that should be put up for voting and all that.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. So basically, yes, we know it's a needful, but then just to go through the necessary formalities of letting Congress formally decide. We don't want it to seem like, okay, NEC decided to open nominations. So this can be done in just 1 minute. So let's just do it within 1 minute. Tech team, could you please help us so that we just, thank you very much.
It's up.
Mhm. Mhm. Okay, thank you very much. So Congress has accepted for us to open nomination. So that will be done right away once we bring this meeting to a close. So as it stands now, the review is over now. We are done with the review. So the NJC would have to compile everything and then bring the final version to us for us to finally approve. So once they are done, they are going to send the final version of the newly drafted constitution to us for us to peruse, and then we reconvene to finally accept it on the newly drafted constitution by the NJC. So I think for the review session, we are done. So the final thing that we have to look at right now is the swearing in of the newly elected executives. So if we are able to do the swearing in right now, then the next time we are going to we are going to meet will be to accept the new constitution that has been fully drafted. But if we are to end Congress right now, that means we will have to meet once again to have the handing over, and then we are going to meet once again to accept the final version of the constitution. So I believe we can just do that right now. We can do the swearing in of the newly executives if they are here. In fact, they are supposed to be here. We can do the swearing of the new executive so that they can start working as soon as possible.
Mr. President, please, before you go, I think there are some hands up. I would want to call upon the National NJC head in the person of Mr. Derek Ankwana to speak before Honorable Sam comes in. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Clement. Yeah, so Honorable President or Mr. President, well, I don't know if it was a suggestion you were putting across or it was a statement of emphasis actually, because it is also worth recognizing and appreciating the fact that once we do swearing in, my tenure of office has ended, and that Congress in itself has ended for this administration. So I think that for us to do the right thing, we must move we must adjourn the meeting, come and present the new constitution to Congress, and then we do the swearing in. It depends on how we want to do it. We can have a full day, okay? We'll accept the constitution, we'll go through the constitution. I think that wouldn't be a major job to do. We go through the constitution, accept it, and then we do the handing over on the same day. So it wouldn't have to be 2 times or 2 days. So that's my own suggestion.
Okay,
Okay, thank you.
Honorable NJC, sir. Please, Honorable Collins, Mr. President, please relax for us. Honorable Sam, please, your submission.
I say open jury and then so as and come boss I can say the can pass them casaba.
And if I was to from where now,
Honorable Chair, sorry for this. I think one in addition to that, an NJC member has resigned, right? And the first swearing in will be the new NJC. Then the new NJC will swear the new executives. So if one member is absent, that means that we can't go ahead because all of them have to be sworn in and not separately. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your submission. A final one from the Vice President-elect. Honorable Thompson, please, last submission from you.
I just needed clarification since we've amended our constitution and Presido is, I don't know whether it's a suggestion or saying that if you can do the swearing, it doesn't mean that we are going to do the swearing according to the old constitution that we have or the new constitution, which has not been presented to us yet. And also I have a question, we voted on this and in our constitution, we talked about, we voted on academic committee being a standing committee. Does it mean we have to also open nomination for people to apply for academic committee, to be academic committee members? I'm just wondering if Presido can answer this. Because
Honorable Thompson, I believe, Honorable Thompson, please, I believe this constitution is yet to be adopted, although it has been reviewed, it is yet to be adopted and accepted by Congress. So as it stands now, we are going with the old way of doing stuff. Once it's been adopted and accepted by Congress, then we start using it. So
does it mean that? Then? So it will start. If I get to a meaning, we can only be sworn in by the new constitution, not the old one, because that's what we are going to work on.
I will leave that question to be answered by the NJC head as he is here with us. But that is my understanding on the academic committee being a standing committee.
Okay, it's 2 questions, so maybe you can answer all.
Okay. Also, honorable NJC head or the secretary, if he's here, he can answer what Honorable Thompson asked.
My boss will answer.
And if I was to for when?
Clement, please come again. Sam,
Please, the question was, it was under the review, it was agreed that the academic committee should be a standing committee. So therefore, doesn't mean that nomination would have to be opened for members to apply for such a committee positions, and then being accepted and assessed by Senate would be adopted and approved by Congress before they resume their work, or we will go with the old method and they would resume their work come next academic semester. Or as in the constitution will apply come next academic year.
Yes, I think it's quite complicated. However, I think I will try to say something to that effect. Since the new constitution will be adopted for next academic year forward, and we are expecting that from next academic year forward, the academic committee will be a standing one. I think that we must go through the procedure as it is done for all the other standing committees, which means that nominations would have to be opened. and they have to go through, Senate approval before they are officially accepted. So I think that we do as it is always done with respect to all standing committees.
All right, thank you very much, Honorable.
Please, point of information. Honorable members, if we remember during the debate on that clause with regards to academic committee being a standing committee, the explanation was that in as much as it is a standing committee, the NEC would open nomination for that as we do for welfare committee, which is a standing committee, and finance committee, though we don't open nomination, but we NEC formed that committee. So during the debate, it was not stated that we have to open nomination as we do for vetting and electoral committee, but rather the NEC will form that committee.
Honorable Francisca, Honorable SG, sorry for addressing you. But once it is a standing committee, it should. Honorable Francisca, once it is a standing.
Honorable Clement.
Yes, please.
Yes, please. Please, I think we shouldn't go back and forth on this.
Okay.
The amendment, Congress agreed that it will not be a standing committee as explained in various clauses. They agreed that it is NEC who will be in charge of that, and it will operate in terms of appointments or nominations. It will operate just like the welfare committee. So it starts with that NEC and it ends with that NEC. So that was what was agreed. Yeah.
All right, Honorable NJC Secretary, thank you for the clarification. So, Honorable NJC Sam, please, do you still have your hands up?
No, I don't have my hands up unless I'm giving my closing or something on this. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, House. So I think we are almost done. We are almost done. Yes, so I would like us to, before we move to adjourn this meeting, as our NJC has advised, I think it is prudent for us to take our last submission from our NJC secretary as he requested. So, Honorable Sam, please, you have the platform.
Okay, thank you, honorables. Once again, we want to thank all of you, all congressmen and women, for your involvement in the review of the union's constitution. I want to also thank my NJC members for the daily meetings that we've been having to ponder over various issues, and various statesmen who also helped us in following our proceedings and helping us with suggestions. We want to thank you so much. We want to also make various developments available to Congress to know what will happen. After this, the NJC, together with various people that we will contact, will have to, we want to make it transparent, okay? We will have to consult various legal practitioners, because it was advised during our consultation that we have legal practitioners to write the constitution in legal terms for us. So honorables, bear with us if we are delaying. We are not going to do it ourselves, because none of us are legal practitioners. So we, in conjunction with NEC and other individuals which we deem necessary, are going to work together, compile everything, and put everything together. After that, we move to the next process of consulting legal practitioners to put these in articles and clauses for us with our advice, because we are the first-hand information to what Congress did. So this is the next process of our constitutional review. So please bear with us if we are not responding early, because we're going to go through another systematic process to ensure that we give the union nothing but the best. But at this stage, we want to really thank all of you for your dedication and your support to help us complete this process. And we promise Congress that we're going to get back to you with a very good document which the union can work with in the years coming. Thank you so much, and may God bless you all.
Thank you to Honorable Sam. We will take our last submission from Honorable President, the one and only doable. Please, you have the platform.
Okay, quickly, this is just a quick one. NGC Secretary, I want to find out what's the duration that we are looking at with all these processes, because the more we delay on the process, the more it affects the incoming administration for them to start working. So what's the duration that we are looking at?
Okay, let me state it clearly so that we receive. I don't like to leave people in suspense. The first thing we're going to do is the collation of all the reviews. The second thing, we're going to have a meeting with the academic committee, which we are facing some challenges because the chair is presently not in China. Not in China yet. So after these meetings, we are good to go to the legal practitioner. The legal practitioner, we are considering an individual in Ghana. If we can, I think I spoke with you today. If we can get the individual in Ghana very early to help us, that will help. Not in China here, but Honorable, please, if you have suggestions, you can help us, because that was what we thought. If there is any legal practitioner here in China, a Ghanaian who can help us, or any experienced legal practitioner in China here, Congress can suggest the individual to the NGC. We are open to suggestions because we don't know people either. So these are the process. We're looking at some days duration, but it depends on how we are able to find that individual, early or late. So, Honorable, this is the process, but we can't give specific time because we have to find people. We need the academic chair committee chairperson also, who is presently not in China here. So a whole lot of things, and people have different schedules. So we can't really give a precise time, but we hope everything will finish early for us to hand over this document.
Okay, thank you, Honorable NJC. So meaning that
did I answer the question? I think the president didn't respond because he asked me the question.
This one,
precise answer, but it's not one to us. Honorable NDC Secretary, as you said, you can't give a definite answer.
Yeah, that's why I made the process clear, so that yeah, because that is what they did last time, 5 years ago. We sought advice from them. That is what they told us they did. Then we want to follow suit because we are not legal practitioners. If we write the clause and in legal terms, it doesn't make sense. I think we didn't serve the union well. So it's better to do things the right way. That's what we believe in.
So, I hope I'm still not going to be president.
Honorable,
for the president, you'll be until the handing over.
Honorable, let me be frank with you. Me myself, I want to hand over this a long time.
Order in Congress. Adias and Pacho.
Honorable Thompson, are you not worried?
Mr. President.
No, I'm not worried at all. President, Chiaso.
Order. Okay. So this is what the NJC has for us. So at the LOC, in conjunction with the NJC, would have a meeting and we'll get a specific day and then duly inform Congress on its next meeting, as Congress will be adjourned today. Please, Congressmen and women, please bear with us with the proceedings so we follow it duly as advised by the NJC. We thank you all for your time. So we will leave the rest of the program to our honorable host, Rosemary. So she calls our closing prayer person to pray for us as we close. Thank you.
Please let me adjourn the session of the constitutional review, please.
Okay,
Honorable
please
Chair.
go ahead.
Yeah, so I, Samuel Ofusudonya, move to adjourn the constitutional review meeting to a specified time that will be communicated to us by the LOC. Any seconder to this motion, please?
I am Honorable Clement Obey of Manchester. I do hereby second to the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. But Nkoba second day and come in because Adiasa. That's okay.
Oh, my no, I say, crocodile, I'm enjoying. Okay. So we thank you all. We will call upon our honorable Vice Chair elect Thompson to pray for us. Then we bring the session to a closure. Thank you. Honorable Thompson.
Yɛne Awurade Nyankopɔn wɔ batampa anapa wɔ yɛda wo ase yɛhyɛ wo din kronkron no animuonyam yɛda wo ase Awurade wo ne yɛstateɛ na wo ne yɛwie asomdwem saa berɛ yɛn nnum bim yɛka dɛ yɛbɔ mpae sɛ wobɛbɔ yɛn ho ban na afei so nea NGs no ɔmoka bia yɛbɔ mpae sɛ wankasa wobɛgye wɔn taataa na nea ɔmbɛyɛ bia na yɛwie asomdwem ne NEC members asisi ano sɛ ɔmo sisi no Awurade wankasa bɛma wɔn abotrɛ na wedu ɔmo anim kan so some hand over. But my one thing, no to me every more. The was here showed in conclusion now. Or the Jesus Christ in dream tonight one pair. Amen.
Amen.
Masa, neck guess and Kaokana. It's
It's okay. It's okay. Bye bye.
I know, Congress.
Guys,
I'll pray for you.
DJ Boyanyom.
Munja recording.
Munja recording.
I'm with YouTube live.
Why able to make a recording? Honorable Collins, my bomb